All right. Okay, we are live. And big hello to everyone. Okay,
Hello.
so we just got started today. There's a bit of a lag. Okay, so sorry about that. Okay, so today we are having Singlit Comics Den. It's a day dedicated to all things Singlit and comics. So today our first session kicking off with the guys from Toku Asia Pictures, Adil, Ming Yao, and Basil, and we have also Alan Bay, comic artist, artist extraordinaire. So today's session will be moderated by Biancy, editor from Asiapac Books. So
Hi,
thank you
guys.
everyone for tuning in. I'll hand it over to you guys.
Cool. Thanks so much, Linging, for the introduction. So yeah, today we'll be talking a little bit about Sacred Guardians, their show, and an upcoming comic as well that we'll be working together with them on called Sacred Guardians. So maybe why don't you guys tell us a little bit more about yourselves and the exciting projects that you're working on right now? Maybe Meng Yao or Basil, you can talk a little bit about Sacred Guardians and how you guys came to be.
Hi, I'm Ming Yao from. Hi, I'm Ming Yao, one of the producers for Sacred Guardian Singer, and I think you all introduce yourself first.
Okay, I'm Basil. I'm from Toku Asia and Sacred Guardian Singer.
Ideal.
Oh yeah, hi. So I'm also one of the producers for Sacred Guardian Singer and from Toku Asia, and I'm also the author for the comic book that we are talking about today.
Yep.
So, I'm sure. I mean, for the rest, I'm sure VNC is the editor for Asiapac Books, and of course, there's Alan Bay. So, I think we can talk about the project as a whole from the start. I think Ming Yao and Basil can bring us through this.
Can, no problem.
Yeah, before we do that, can we have Alan introduce himself first?
Yeah.
Hi everyone, I'm Alan, the illustrator. Yeah.
Yes. Alan, short and sweet.
Yeah, because Alan already quite famous now.
Maybe you guys want to talk a little bit about how you started with Sacred Guardians and then how you decided to come up with this upcoming comic.
Okay. Actually, this whole project, it started in 2006. Back then, the project title was called Project Leo. It was inspired by a friend, Ho Ki Liang. So because of him inspiring us, right, we started this whole project back then. So, but at the start, the project gradually lost momentum, and we shelved the project altogether after that because back then we didn't have any experience in production and stuff like that. So until 2010, so there was 4 years gap when the project was going nowhere. So 2010, Ideal came on board, and I told him about this project that we kept aside. So he said, okay, why not let's rework on it, redo the storyline, So I took out the project, the two of us sat down and we redid the whole story. We reworked the whole backstory, the mythology, the lore, and the ideas and everything. Also, it's a totally different story from what was being created at the start. So because Ideal is such a history buff, right? He managed to take out a lot of elements from Southeast Asian history. So we created our own Sacred Guardians universe, the mythology, the lore, everything that will be told in this comic. So what happened in between 2010 and 2018? So we developed the project, only in, I think, I can't remember when was it. Maybe it was early 2018 or even late 2017 that Ideal said to us, okay, for this project to go on, right, we need to take several directions on it. One of it is a comic book. We need to think of how to make a comic book with it. Mm-hmm. So in 2018, we went down to STGCC before they changed it to Comic-Con. So we went down with the idea of looking for a publisher to willing to listen to us and let us pitch ideas. So we headed to Asiapac booth because all three of us know about Asiapac because we grew up reading the books, the comics, the different books, Return of the Condor Heroes, Journey to the West, and things like that. So Asiapac Books was actually the top in our list that we want to approach first. So we went there, we approached the booth, we pitched the idea, and a week later, Ling contacted us. So Ideal can take over from here and tell how the development went about.
Okay, so Adi, do you want to talk a little bit about how you guys went on from there?
From
How you developed the comic? Yeah, from after Ling contacted you guys.
Yeah.
Well, actually,
Because I did
before-
join the project pretty late as well, actually. So I don't know all this background story behind the story. So it's pretty interesting to hear. Yeah.
Okay, thanks. Anyway, okay, what really happened was when Ming Yao said about making a local superhero. I mean, I'll just make it very brief because we tend to like talk a lot on this. I mean, not talk a lot as in talk very long. So I think the whole idea was when he asked me to create an identity, that is Singaporean, but not so obvious that he has to wear the Singapore flag or something like that, like he has to be red and white, stuff like that. So we thought, yeah, okay. I mean, I think the core of the Sacred Guardian Singa's identity is actually very similar to ours. Like, why are we here? How are we Singaporeans? So basically for us, it's through our parents, our forefathers, right? They most of us, they choose to come here. Some of us are first generation. They decide to live here. That kind of stuff. So there's a lot of these elements that ties into the entire story that makes it a very very relatable identity, as being Singaporean, that is. Yeah. So of course, Singapore itself, we take pride in our culture and everything. We also don't forget where our ancestors are from. That's how we are able to accept one another, and live in diversity and harmony. So this same concept is actually applied to the Sacred Guardians universe, especially Singas. So we go way back, we explore where they are from, where he's from, who is what they do, and how and how Singa actually ended up being here finally, as the protector of our island.
Yeah.
So that's basically the gist of it,
Oh.
for the Sacred Guardian Singa itself.
I see. And then so this Sacred Guardians comic is definitely from what I know, it's like the prequel, right, to the TV show that you guys have going on. So what kind of prequel to the TV show, right? That that you guys are currently working on.
It's a prequel, yes.
Yeah. So are there like any interesting characters that are in this new comic that maybe we might not have seen before?
Definitely. So
actually all of them kind of.
Yeah. To be honest, I think there's one very interesting character, especially one because he also will play a very big part in the show that we're planning to make. Because first and foremost, just to lay in a bit, he's actually been there, throughout all the histories and the law and the law of the universe, as in not our universe, as in the Sacred Guardians universe. the history, the lore, basically the story. So that he's one very interesting character that ties up a lot of events from the past up till today. Yeah. Yeah, that's the one character. I mean, can I mention what the character is?
Well,
why not?
Well, yeah, like mention it.
Yeah, so basically he's one of the last of his kind to stay back on our realm after a very major event way back in the past. So basically he's also an immortal, but he's also able to tune into the astral realm. So that means he can talk to like spirits and stuff, because he's basically like some sort of a semi superhero himself. But his powers are already limited because his people has left our world. Yeah, so that's his summary of his character.
Cool. Yeah, I think it'll definitely be very interesting to like learn more about this guy and this comic that we're coming up with, right? So
Definitely.
yeah, for sure. Do you maybe want to like talk a little bit about, what maybe people who want to pre-order the book or what they can potentially see maybe in the book as well? Because I think you guys have some, behind the scenes material of the comic. I think it'll be very interesting to take a look at.
Yeah, I'm sure. I think for that we can go to Ellen.
Okay. So I will just briefly talk about my experience. Okay, so basically I get to know about this project I think in December or November last year. So Ling Ying told me that there's this comic idea that need an artist. So I actually get to meet that. I think I met the team, and after that, they roughly told me this overall idea. So it's like, I usually say yes to like ideas. So yeah, I said yes. So we started like exploring it, and so during that time, the script was probably like 70% or 80% done.
Yeah.
So yeah, we were sort of like doing the sketch and changing the, not really changing, but improving the script at the same time. And I start I officially started drawing like in March, I think, and I'm still doing it now. So it's now about probably 70% done. So yeah, it should be done by like end of the month probably. Yeah.
Yeah, Ellen is like super fast with how he draws. Like the artwork's just like so many, like there's like a lot of updates, and it's always really really detailed. Great job. Really love looking at your work every time there's like a new update.
Yeah, I
Thank
agree.
you.
Yeah,
It's been
it's
I
looking
must say,
amazing.
yep. And even for me, it's been an amazing journey just working with him. Like he like blows me away every time. Like, whoa, Alan. Okay, he's like, I'll give you another update tomorrow, and then I'll see like, I get like pleasant shock every time.
I love how you panel the fight scenes and all the action. It's just like, I love how like you go about just doing it. So it's very very exciting to see. I can't wait to see the final product. Just like every time, whoa, updates.
I know, right?
I think also
yeah.
for us, right, it's yeah. Ellen, you say first, am I?
There's a question. There's a question here for Ellen.
No, it's not. It's not.
Oh, okay.
Oh,
Later.
sorry.
Yeah.
Sorry. Were you gonna say something, Mia?
A bit. Yeah, Ellen say first. It's okay.
Okay. Yeah, there's a question here in the comments that says, for Ellen, did you have to endure hours of ADL's history lessons? There was a lot of background story when I was reading the comic. There was quite a bit.
Yeah, there was actually like a lot of research done by him, and of course he have to share it with me. I wouldn't use the word endure, like yeah, I mean I'm glad to like know all this knowledge, and I try my best to like put it in the comic without making it too much like like a textbook thingy with like a lot of text and stuff. And of course there will be things that he mentioned, but it wouldn't be put in the book, which it's quite a waste. So there are actually still a lot of material and research that he had that can probably like can be used for like future title. Yeah.
Ooh, so maybe there might even be a sequel to the prequel then.
Possibly.
Yeah,
Maybe. Even some more story, more background story, right?
Yep, definitely.
Oh, cool. Mingya, what did you want to say just now? Previously?
Yeah. What I want to say is that for us, right, to have carried this project for so long, it's amazing to see how our ideas get translated into actual characters now. And every time Alan gives us an update, right, we were like, wow, more and more excitement and more amazing stuff coming out that we can't wait to share with people, but we cannot share yet because the book is not published yet.
Very soon,
So,
very soon.
Yeah.
I think
Yeah. Actually,
So-
this is sort of like a first time that I'm doing like a full com a full graphic novel, which is a more fantasy and more fighting as compared to like the previous book like Traders or even a shorter comic that I've done. So actually I myself have like not 100% like sure that it will turn out well, especially now that I'm still doing it. But all the previous pages turn out quite okay, and
it's more than okay, don't worry, Alan.
and yeah, because the team, that like the writer and the team are sort of like they do films and production, so they know a lot of things about like composition and like angle, so you can't really like just like draw like substandard stuff and like try to like bluff your way through. So yeah, so I'm glad that it's turning out well and will turn out like well like in the final product.
Well, from what I've seen of Alan's work, I myself am excited to read the final product.
Definitely,
I mean,
definitely.
like, can you believe it? I wrote the story, but looking at Alan just bring it all into images and stuff. It's like, Alan, you can faster now. I just want to read. It's like I forgot my own story, and it's just like Alan has given me a fresh new.
It's like a new
fresh
experience
world.
every
Yeah,
time,
I know,
right?
right?
Every time like the
Yep.
update comes in, it's like, oh my god. It's like all these details, once the lineup comes in, you're like, oh my, and then the
Yeah.
colors, it's like, wow, like it's really like
It's really
looking
amazing.
really good.
Yeah.
Super excited. Okay, I think there's a question here for me, which, by the way, thanks, Red Dot Diva. As an editor, what do you primarily look for in a comic, such as Sacred Guardians? As an editor, we're mostly working with like making sure the whole comic is cohesive as a whole. So because the project it came to us as we're already working together on it. So it's not, say, a submission. Well, it kind of was a bit like a submission, but it wasn't something that we really searched for specifically. It's already something that we're working on together. So mostly I'm just looking out for the story structure and making sure the artwork and all the panels flow well together. And honestly, like the story and the artwork were already pretty tight. There wasn't even a lot of changes I needed to do. So you guys were like already really, really great. So it was just a really smooth working process, I think, even when working the script, like or maybe just like small changes really here and there. So it's pretty good, fun and everything. Yeah. So thanks, Red Dot Diva, for the question. Maybe you want to talk a little bit about, since now we keep talking about the lineup and then the art that we're seeing, maybe you want to show a little bit of that as well, show our viewers a little bit of a sneak peek. Yeah?
Yeah. I mean, for my part, I let Alan manage the content which which we want to show people. So I think can we?
We
so
can
Alan,
share.
can we like share a bit?
Yeah, whenever you guys are ready. Basil, if you want to share some of the images you've got. Yes, the cover.
Okay, yeah, this is the cover that's probably like 90% like final. Yeah. So it actually went through a few ideas. So but I can't say too much because it's kind of a spoiler. So yeah, okay.
You just have to find out when you get the book. Yeah. Definitely.
Yeah.
Amazing art, definitely. Want to show a little bit of the inside, maybe what we can show?
Yeah, sure. This.
Okay, maybe this is just the intro. So I mean, yeah.
There's a brief history.
It's definitely all the backstory and history that we've got from Adil over there.
Yeah.
Very important to the world building.
Yep. It is.
Definitely.
Very.
It's taken from some events, but of course it has been fictionalized. Fictionalized.
A sample of all the colored works, looking really good.
Yeah.
Cool. So if you guys pre-order this comic, this is what you'll be getting.
The comic itself will probably be like 100 pages, and yeah, there'll be some other stuff inside. And I think one of the cool thing about this this comic is it's kind of based on like a actual history or whatever historical stuff that people like the people now that have find out about like what the places was like back then. So of course we added like some of our own interpretation of stuff and some fantasy stuff.
I noticed there's this character over here, right? That's even while I'm editing, there's this recurring character, especially on this page right here. This guy here holding the doll. You want to talk a little bit about him? Thing is,
Yeah.
I think you might have mentioned him before, right? This spectral, this guardian, semi superhero character. Is this who we'll be seeing?
Yep, that's the guy. That's just his human form. Currently.
Ooh. Definitely be seeing a lot of him. There's a question here for Ellen from Red Dot Diva again that I'll be repeating. Okay, so I'm sure there are references to historical related deities, symbols, etc. to the character designs in this comic. So how much research did you do in order to draw the costumes and images, etc.?
The main characters design is a bit more fantasy. So, but of course, we try to keep it like relevant to the era that it is in. So there's nothing too modern or too like sci-fi. So research, yeah, we did some research of like how people wear their clothes last time, and they actually have like armor, I think like metal armor and stuff. Yeah, so actually I did most of the research.
Yeah. Okay. What we did was, yes, we did do a lot of extensive research, even beyond the shores. We had to dive into material from outside of Southeast Asia, like Arab materials, Indian materials, even Chinese materials, to have an idea of how the people of that era, were dressed, their fashion and everything. Yep. So I had to collate a lot of things. Then I had to sit down with Ellen, of course, and we had to like understand the kind of things they will wear, how they will dress, or how they will react to certain things, even down to details of how their cities will look like, or rather their towns even. Because most of these research are only newly discovered and stuff like that. So but of course at the same time, like Alan said, he said, no, we inserted some stuff to our interpretation, because this is the world that we are building. It's a moment in time that nobody is too sure about how things are. So I told Alan, go wild, unleash your creative juices on this one. So Alan has, I think Alan has done a very, very good job. He has he understands what the actual stuff looks like, but he also, as adds its own flair and creativity to the look and the feel of the world at the time. So, so I mean, if you tell me more, I'm just gonna start praising Ellen over and over again.
Yeah, I think all these like attention to detail were definitely reflected in like throughout the story as I was reading it. So I think you guys are really successful in that. You can see like all the research that went into it. There are some other questions here as well from Jasmine Liu. So very excited. Will you guys release a game version as well? Any plans for further development?
Vessel or
Your
Vessel
dreams,
or
maybe your dreams about where this project could go one day.
yeah, we can have Vessel or Mengyao talk about that for this one.
Game.
Let's hear a little bit.
Actually, Ideal is the real gamer among us, but it can be one of the possibilities we will explore, because this whole story that we created, right, the whole backstory, there's so much possibilities that we can, so much stories from within that we can take out and create in various forms of media. Because okay, the reason why we did this in comic book form, right, is because there's no way we can film it right now. It's going to be too complicated to film. So in such a setting, right, especially period dramas and ancient eras, games, comics, and animations are the best mediums to explore. So we will not say no to games. Hopefully one day, maybe, but we don't know yet.
Yeah, by the way, I was a video game artist, so yeah, you know who to find.
Oh, definitely can see your experience there as well. We have who knows what will happen. Let's see. I think there's another question here as well. Will there be any character? Sorry?
Sorry, continue the question first.
Oh, right, no worries.
Yeah.
Will there be any character reference sheets for any main characters? Hashtag Team Singa from Muhammad Wahid Zaki.
I think there will be.
We're actually planning for these to come in the lead up to the release of the comic book. Yeah, so it will be on our social media, I guess.
Yeah.
So I guess everyone can stay tuned. You think, sir?
Yeah. No, I think me and Ellen, we are also planning just small maybe cards, like small pages of the character references, just a bit of the background story, that kind of stuff. But we'll see how it goes, because we need to understand what we can do and what we can do due to the constrictions that is upon us regarding the current situation.
I feel like
basically, I mean the COVID-19
Yeah, my gosh, all the we have to like work within the constraints of that as well, and all the inconveniences. But I think you guys are doing a great job.
Thank you.
Which I think, since the mention of the characters is kind of related to this question by Raiko Kusanagi, who asks about whether there are any info about the celestial guardian spirits that you guys can reveal without spoiling too much. Which I understand that you guys have mentioned it's probably gonna be the card reviews, right? That you guys are doing online.
Yeah.
I think,
well,
let me pull the cover back out.
Yeah. That's it, right? That's all the spoilers you're gonna get, Raiko.
Yeah, I mean, you can go and guess who the characters are and you know their names and where they come from.
Yeah. Okay. Basically, we have the sacred guardians, and I think Raiko is asking about celestial guardians, and I think what I can pretty much explain is just a bit. There are celestial spirit animals, and then there are earthly spirit animals. So Yep. So when we talk about legendary characters, like maybe Sun Wukong or Nerza or even Garuda. These are all celestial deities, yeah. So these are celestial characters, like celestial spirits and stuff like that. But for the sacred guardians, they are from our planet. I mean, they are from our realm. They are with us. Yep. So they are not from the celestial realm. So if there's anything to know about the celestial spirits, yes, they exist in our universe, but you will not see them anytime soon. But
Yeah,
we have
our
plans
main
for them. Yeah.
characters.
Can kind of drop a hint about the names. Singer is called
Ah.
Singer, right? So
Right.
let's go and guess what the others
Yeah.
are called.
Definitely. Let's see. Do you guys have anything else like? How was this any? Okay, maybe a question for Ellen. I think, like, do you think like working on this project, has there been anything very different for you? Maybe like compared to other projects that you have worked on.
Yeah, I think the main challenge will probably be like the amount of time that need to be taken, that I need to actually finish this book. I mean, based on like a realistic point of view, and like yeah, and like can't possibly like tell them like, oh, I can finish this book like within like 1 year, and they'll probably like find someone else to do it. And another difficulty, not only difficulty, but something that I have to be aware of is like how can I spread my time such that every page is like of a similar quality, so that like even like the overall book is like a 70% quality. Like I would prefer that, like based on the amount of time that I have, that I set for myself, and like what how long each page will take, then to have a a book that's of a similar quality throughout, rather than like I spend like maybe 1 or 2 days to be able to like finish like a particular pages that's like stands out a lot more. There's like a 90% quality, whereas there will be like pages that are like 50% quality, 30% quality. So yeah, so like sort of like project, like how long and how much time I need to take to actually like finish it. Yeah.
It's kind of like keep things consistent as opposed to having like, ups and downs in terms of quality, right? It's very important as well. Yeah.
And actually, when my first projection is sort of like to finish it when the first circuit breaker ends, which is like May, and I shouldn't say like in a good way that the circuit breaker is extended, but yeah, as in my deadline extended with the circuit breaker, so it so it works for me.
You get a bit more time to get that comic perfect.
Yeah.
Yeah. I think like because you guys from Toku Asia, y'all worked on this as a TV show before. It turned into a comic. So for Adil, right? You were probably writing the script for the TV show, I assume, from before. Were you?
Okay. So what's
and are there any differences like from after you move on into the comic, maybe?
Okay, I think what I can explain from that is when we first started out writing Secret Guardian Singer, it was let's think of that as the sequel to the prequel. So the modern Secret Guardian Singer show is something that we have allowed to happen, because it happens from the start point where we wrote when we wrote the character first. So I think for the story for that will be handled by Bess. But for me, mostly what we have done is being a production house. Of course, I've written a lot of scripts and storyboarding and everything, right? But my goodness, writing a comic is entirely something else. Yeah. When I first met Asiapac Ling Ying, especially, all I had was a treatment, like a story treatment. So
it's usually how it starts.
Yeah, a story treatment is basically just a composition. It's just there, just story telling you, okay, what happens, who is there. There's no dialogues. You don't go into each frames and everything. So it's just a general story, and then then of course when we had owing to the fact that when Linging agreed, and then she asked if we could like produce the script in time for the first submission for the NEC. I think she only gave me a couple of weeks. that was quite horrifying, to be honest. I was like, because I have never written in a comic format before, and now I had to sit down and imagine every single frame, like, okay, so this frame, when they talk about this, what's gonna happen? So I had to break everything down, and I had to write dialogues. It's like I had to change everything into dialogues. I had to change all the dialogues into scenes. So it was I could tell you I didn't sleep much during that period. But I had a lot of help from people that we knew through Asiapac, people like Zaki. Zaki was the first artist assigned to us before he had to do something else. So Zaki showed me a couple of sites where I can learn, like the crash course on writing a comic book. It's like, hey bro, like, read this site. It's gonna help you a lot. It's like, okay bro, thanks man, your lifesaver. So yeah, I must give a shout out to him. So that basically, I spent about 5-6 hours just reading up several comic scripts for other shows. I mean, other comic books. So I spent about half a day just reading. Yeah. So after that, I spent the rest of the time just about in 2-3 weeks to convert everything into the script. So I think it was really an amazing journey, lah. I mean, yeah. So it was very educational for me as well. And then when Alan came on board, of course, I asked him again, Alan, the script okay or not? But Alan,
it's like the first draft that we sent to NEC.
Alan saw the script, he was like, can I just need to... He's like, can lah. But then I was like, no, don't worry, Alan, I will refine the thing. And I was like, okay. So Alan has also been guiding me a lot. So I mean, I'm blessed to have so much help, from people I'm working with. It's really amazing, now that we've come to this. Yeah, the entire journey was, you just can't help but feel blessed, to work with amazing people.
To get the chance to work on something like this.
Yeah, and not just alone. With
the team as well. I think it was definitely like a project I feel that is pretty historic and can be remembered. I think there's a lot going on into this project. Yeah. So I'm very excited.
And I must add, even though we worked well, and Alan put in a lot of things, like Alan was mentioning earlier, like he's never done like a graphic kind of novel, but somehow we have to make it, something that's not too hardcore, that even kids can enjoy, even though there's elements of blood and stuff. But what Alan has managed to do is he specced so much into every panel. It's like even he's like, wow, that's why he's spending so much time on each page. There's just so much that Alan is doing that sometimes I think he's doing above and beyond what I asked him to do. And I was like, Alan, can you do this like this? And then Alan gives me, I was like, oh my goodness. He did more than what I expected. But of course, I just keep quiet. It's like, very nice. So that's that on that.
I think someone here asked Adil about Ross. Revelina asked Adil how long it took to do up a story with a script. So I think you kind of mentioned that already. But was it for the first one 4 to 5 days? Was it right?
Yeah.
Wonderful memory for him.
So it must have been a torturous few days. How long after that did you take to tweak it? Okay, sorry.
Okay, the tweaking took me longer than writing it up. But just writing it up was actually, like I said, the way I did it was I really had to read up a lot, and I already had the story treatment. So the story treatment was already a guide. It tells me what happens and how it happens. So I was able to arrange everything properly. But the real challenge was breaking down each part of the treatment lah. So the first, like Viancy said, I think the first when I converted into a script, the first draft took me about 10-11 days.
Okay, 10, 11 days.
Yeah, and it wasn't the best version ever.
Mm.
Yeah, nowadays I think I've deleted that draft because it hurts my eyes.
No, it's like first drafts are always the one that you have to force out before you
I know,
get
right?
it perfect, right? It's always
But I'm sure,
writing.
yeah, I'm sure it's there somewhere. Maybe Asiapac still have it. But for my part, I would rather not see it again.
Oh no, it's like a dark history.
Yeah, because it
Yeah,
was
there
my
was
very
one
first attempt. Yeah.
Right.
There was one time Adil told me that he actually went over to like Batam over the weekend for like some Zen moment, and I was a bit worried about it. But at least he came back, so I was like, oh, okay.
Ideal
Yeah,
ascended because of the comic.
Yeah, I went across the sea to lock myself up for 2 days just to finalize the script itself.
Mm.
Yeah, because we had to start working on the art and everything, and Ellen knew, and I was like, Ellen, I'm stuck in a place where I cannot see any light.
Oh no.
I think I need to
That's
go
how
away.
you know you become a true writer, is when you start to lock yourself up and then you only focus
Yes.
on the draft.
Yes, what I did was, I locked myself in for 2 days. I barely went out. I just went out for a bit of sunshine for an hour. But for the better part of 2 days, it was just room service. So I didn't leave the room at all.
When, then
just to
was
finish
it
it up,
like? Mm-hmm. I think there's a question here from Shazzy Van Mizi. Thanks for the question. How do you deal with mental blocks then when writing the story, which I imagine must have happened a lot during that 10 to 11 days and further on?
Oh wow, there were moments of violence. No, I'm just kidding. How do I answer that? Yeah, like I said, I didn't sleep much during the first one, and it was even worse during the next block. Just coming up with the final script, just to make everything flow better. So of course, like Alan said, the first thing I did was I booked a ferry ticket. So I thought a change of environment might help me, and it did. To a huge extent, it did. I mean, if we had access to mountains, I would be up there already.
Oh, it's kind of be part of the environment so you can really get into the story, right?
Yep.
Yeah, a question I think from Red Dot Diva. After your initiation into comic book writing, are you interested to write more comic books beyond Sacred Guardians?
For now, I'm more keen on developing the franchise. So the Sacred Guardians universe and Sacred Guardians. But if we have time in between, and if there are people, artists who may want to work with me, or even Asiapac might want me to write something, I'm actually open to the idea.
So if there are like future opportunities, then you can, or maybe potentially the future, the sequel comic to this prequel comic. Who knows, man? In the future, right?
Yep, a prequel, a sequel. There's so many things that we can explore.
So many, yeah. There's lots of potential.
Definitely, yeah.
I think Raiko here is asking about. Oh, whoops! I think the question jumped. Raiko Kusanagi once again is asking. This is quite a sensitive question for the creators. Who's the female Sacred Guardian with the wings on the cover? No spoilers. Because I think it's a bit difficult of a question. How do you guys want to answer this?
You got to find out on
Buy
social
the
media
comic,
later
pre-order.
on.
Yeah.
Pre-order the comic and find out. Oh yeah, and social media as well. Yes, all the character cards. You have to stay updated. Another question from Ross for Ellen. I think it's for Ellen and Adil as well, talking about your collaboration process. So how do you plan a fight scene in the comic? So is it Adil giving Ellen detail by detail, or do you give kind of all the creative reign to Ellen?
I think he quite he described the scene quite detailed, but not in a restrictive way. So he'll probably say like, no, he will like did this, he will get hit and stuff. Then I will usually like suggest to him like how this can look. And if he feel otherwise, then we'll probably discuss it like back and forth for a couple of times before we actually decide on like how it looks. Yeah, so usually it will be like the first draft will be kind of like a stick figure thingy, like hoping they can understand what I'm drawing. Yeah, so yeah, it's a bit of both, like because like I said that they have experience with like filming and stuff, so like they do understand like what camera angles and what composition works. Yeah, so it comes from both sides.
Yeah, so I mean Alan is quick to catch on, and he understands things very fast. So it wasn't that difficult. And also of course being visual people, I just kind of like explain and showed him how the sequences should be. But yeah, like Alan said, but I still told him, you can have a lot of freedom in how the character execute this, in how that character executes that. I'm just going to tell you what they are going to do, from which angle, from what, and how it should turn out. And Alan, how they look, how they pose, ultimately, it's your choice, lah. I would like to see Alan's touch on this. I told him that. I want to see, it's not just my story anymore. It's Alan's story as well. To a certain extent, the characters are also Alan's. So I want Alan to also be able to have the freedom to manipulate the characters in a way that also tells people that this is Alan Bay as well.
Right. It's like there's creative input from you both, since it's a collaboration process.
Yeah. And when the explanation doesn't work, so we usually just do figures. So Alan, the characters stand like this, and then we release the leg. So the leg, we do stuff like that one.
Yeah, sure.
It's gonna give physical example.
Yeah. And then there was one time Alan stood up and he did some kung fu moves like this, can or not? Alan, why suddenly you do tai chi in the office?
It's definitely a very active process going on to the creation of the comic. Yeah.
Of course, some exaggeration involved, but it's been very exciting and very interesting. I mean, working, like I said, yeah.
And one thing that actually improve like both the drawing and the writing that we improve throughout from the beginning to the end is like the fighting scene or the fighting that took place in the comic. It actually helps like progress the story. So it's not so much of like just people fighting. And I mean that's something that I actually I wouldn't say pointed out, but there's something that I actually like said, like I told him during one of the meeting, and we try to make like the fight like more meaningful and help to like progress the story.
Yep. So like what Alan said, then sometimes when we have like fighting scenes, I ask Alan, so what do you think? So Alan will say, I think they must fight for a reason, or they must just not fight for the sake of fighting, or to show fighting. Yeah. So then of course I agree with him. I say, yes, Alan, that's brilliant. Then I go home, then I break my brain. How do I turn this into a meaningful fight scene? I mean, so it's a to and fro process, which is very wonderful. I mean, to a huge extent, we are able to come up with things that makes the story more meaningful. And yes, like I said, I get guidance from Alan also for the flow of the comic book.
Right. I hope that answered your question, Ross. So thanks again for the question. Since we're now 10 minutes to the end of the live stream, and I think I mentioned a little bit about the franchise for Sacred Guardians and the future of Sacred Guardian Singer as well. Do you guys have any updates for maybe the TV project also as well? Or anything for the franchise that you guys want to talk about? Maybe Basil and Ming Yao can talk a little bit.
Yeah, well, as we did mention in the producers update stream earlier, I'm just going to summarize. We were actually in the process of pitching to a TV station. We don't know the results of that yet. We're hoping. And we actually wanted to produce like some additional content with our actors, like the opening theme song video, which we couldn't because of circuit breaker. But one thing that we're really looking forward to is coming right back out of circuit breaker, seeing what we can do, and trying to catch up, get all the start getting all the things that we wanted to get done. And I think also with the live streams that we are doing now, seems to be quite popular. A lot of people are coming on board and asking us questions, interacting with us and our guests. I think we really enjoy this. And although we only plan the live streams to happen during circuit breaker, we are thinking of making it a semi-regular thing after all this is over. Yeah, and as for the franchise wise, our main products right now are the TV show, which we have to pilot first, and as well as the comic book. We mentioned some people mentioned earlier that regarding games, regarding animation and additional comics. I think we have like a library of characters that we can perhaps explore, and in different formats. Maybe even short comics, even for our Generation 3 characters, which are the characters from the TV show. And well, I'll just drop a hint right here that Singer has a modern day iteration of the character. So who knows, maybe these ancient other sacred guardians may have their own live action modern day iterations in future. We never know. That's the plan. That's the plan, the greater plan for us. And maybe one day they all come together in like a mini series or a film. Yeah.
Yeah, definitely. Think there's a lot of potential with where the project can go. So who knows?
Yep.
So
We
make
create-
sure everyone, you guys all stay tuned to the project and see what's up.
I mean,
I
we
think-
always create room for potential. So yeah.
Yeah.
And I just want to answer one question, the earlier question regarding the games. We are exploring. Actually, we are exploring what kind of games we can make for this franchise, and we are talking to people. And Alan has just mentioned that he designed games as well. So
Yeah, I mean, let,
Can I be biased here and
fans
say
can just
our art?
the fans can just let us know like what kind of games or what kind of other products they would like to see. We could do mobile games, or we could do like platform games, depending on what kind of partners that we can work with. Yeah.
I think the
I'm
characters
also,
you have. Oh, sorry, no, Alan, go ahead.
Like I'm also interested to know like what they would like to see and have, like especially now like live events might not be doable like until sometime later. So if you have any like suggestion of what we can do or what we can produce, like like just let us know.
yeah.
Yeah, so just drop them an email, or let them know on Facebook or Instagram all your ideas. I think that's pretty cool. I think one question from Raiko Kusanagi: when's the estimated release date for the comic? Okay, so right now the comic is available for pre-order on Asiapacbooks.com, so you can head on over there and pre-order the comic right now. For the release of the comic itself, however, due to CB circuit breaker and its uncertainty, we're not really sure how it's going to develop. The release date might be a bit affected. It's either going to be June or August. I think once we get that confirmation out, we will definitely let you guys know. But it's also heavily dependent on what further developments there are going to be in the coming months as well, because it would definitely impact our production process. So we want so make sure you guys stay updated on the project. through
So-
Asiapac Books and also through Sacred Guardians.
Yeah. So basically, from my understanding is that after once you do the pre-order, it will not take too long for you guys to get the book. So go on. Just do the order, guys. Show some love.
It shouldn't
Give
it
us some
shouldn't be
love.
too long, really. But
Yeah.
it's definitely we are once the comic is done, we'll be very, very near the end stages already. Mm. Yeah, so do you guys still have any more updates about Sacred Guardians or any more questions? Since we have 5 more minutes, maybe we can.
I think just
have-
let people ask questions. Yeah.
Yeah, maybe just a couple more questions or ideas that you want to let the creators know before we end for today. There's this. This question from Sahir Zulfikar. Yeah, sorry, might have butchered the pronunciation for your name. On June later, are you going to film that the villain's going to destroy the MRT on North-South line? Not sure what that means, but
I think it's very difficult.
it might be related to your story that I'm not aware of.
As much as it would be amazing to film a fight scene within an MRT train,
And MRT, I think it would be very
Um,
cool.
I don't know what SMRT would think about it, but we can consider it and we can ask. Yeah.
It's kind of collaboration with SMRT.
It will be amazing, to shoot with on inside the MRT or at the MRT station or even on top of the trains.
Oh my god.
It will be amazing, yeah. But
It will be pretty amazing. I mean,
yeah, but
That's
I love the
like-
SMRT. Yeah, I mean personally, I love SMRT so much. I don't want to blow up any trains. So, yeah, in fact, I think people should know more about our public transport. Yeah, and show also that that it's totally safe to fight on top of the train.
make sure to put a disclaimer in your show. Do not imitate.
I know, right?
Do not try this at home.
Do not. Okay. Right. So since we are about 3 minutes in, so I think we'll probably be finishing up. So definitely a big thank you to all our speakers for joining us today, and everyone who's tuned in as well. Thank you for all the questions that you've got to make the stream so lively. So thank you guys.
Thank you so much.
Thank you so much.
Thank you.
And so this stream was part of Singlit Comics. It's part of Singlit Comics Den, which is brought to you by Asiapac Books as part of Buy Singlit 2020. So this Singlit comic. Why do I keep getting caught on this sentence? Sorry.
Singlet comic.
This Singlit Comics Den is supported by the National Arts Council Singapore. So do stay in touch with us at Asiapac Books or with the guys at Sacred Guardians.
Yep. Thank you, Nancy. Thank you, everyone.
Cheers. Thanks, everyone. We'll
just
see you
before
soon.
you go, do check us out at Comix.sg and also fill in a feedback form which we will be sending in the comments as well. So if you guys can go to that link over to fill in that feedback form so that we can bring you guys more similar activities.
Okay.
So thank you guys so much for joining in today. All right.
Bye, everyone.
Bye, everyone.
Thank you so much.
Bye.
See you. Bye.
Thank you. See you guys. Okay. Okay, so we still got audio on. Let me remove you guys. Remove. Okay.
Hello.
Yeah. Okay, Zaki. Actually, we're on already. So let me
Okay.
just switch over.
Hey man.
Hey.
Hey.
Yeah. Okay. So actually, let's just start now.
Sure,
Okay.
sure. I'm
Yeah.
sorry I cannot join you yesterday because it's Ramadan, right? So after 6 o'clock, I'm going to break my fast or that. So that's why I didn't join you for yesterday thing.
I see. Okay, no
Yeah,
problem.
I got to go prayers on it. So yeah.
Okay. So for today's session, let's just do some introductions first, okay? So,
Sure.
Zaki, how about you introduce yourself?
Hey guys, I hope you guys take a look at our chat. Okay, my name is Zaki Rahman. Okay, I've been doing illustration for a couple of years now. Okay, I've been doing creative art for around 20 over years. And I've been doing for Asiapac quite a long time, right? But
Mm.
on and off kind of thing. Okay, so yeah, I've been fortunate to work with Asiapac and and Ling Ying and even the ENC and Lee Kok. Okay. So unfortunately, the time is not that great because of the COVID-19. I hope you guys are doing well. Stay safe. Okay. All right. So how about you, Madam Ling Ying?
Okay, madam makes me sound very old, but I guess I'm quite old. Yeah, so just to introduce myself to the audience, I'm Ling Ying. I'm one of the editors at Asiapac Books. So I've been working on this project for a few years now. When I started working at Asiapac, we were working on Lieutenant Anand. So that was actually the first comic book project that I've ever worked on, and it's with the same team, Danny and Zaki. So for the Elizabeth Choy project, super happy that we managed to get it going after so many years.
Yes.
It's a project that's very close to our heart. So for today's live stream, just to share with everybody, what we'll be doing is going through. We'll do a bit of Q&A, but we mostly want to use this session to talk to people about Elizabeth Choy. So Elizabeth Choy, as all of you may know, she's an iconic war hero in Singapore. And not just that, she's also a teacher. She's also one of the first female members of the Legislative Council in Singapore. And she's just a really exceptional person. So we're very, very happy to be working on this project. And also we're going to be featuring our publisher, Madam Lee Kok, will be joining us later on today. Unfortunately, Elizabeth Choy passed away a couple of years ago, but we're very fortunate to have interviewed her for a magazine a couple of years ago. So without further ado, let's kick off this book launch properly. And to do that, what we're going to do is actually let you guys listen to some comments by Elizabeth Choy herself. So she, so Elizabeth Choy, she left behind quite a lot of important legacy, including some oral history interviews with the National Archives. So this was a very big part of our research process, and I just felt that today it's the best time for all of us to listen to her own words in her own voice. So we're going to listen to some of her comments now. Just give me a sec. Yeah, so this is
A friend of the British, and I'm sure he must have told you. You must know. I said, I heard.
Can you guys
It was
hear?
rumored that the days before the surrender, they burnt all the banknotes. And they said, no, they've hidden somewhere. I think I don't know that. Oh, they questioned me for so long.
Yeah, this is
about
when
it,
she
you know.
talks about the torture.
I really didn't know.
Yes.
It was terrible. Oh, they kept asking me. I didn't know, really. I didn't know. I couldn't tell them so. And they said, oh, you won't tell the truth. All right, we are going to kill you. Don't know. Maybe tomorrow morning we will take you to Johor, and there you will be executed. But if you tell us, we will let you go and won't do anything to you and your husband also. I say, I told you the truth. I cannot tell you anymore.
Yeah,
They said, oh, you must tell us
it's quite
the truth,
harrowing to
otherwise we'll
listen
kill
to,
you.
actually.
You know, about something of the ships further with. I said, no, we don't know anything. You tell us the truth and we'll forgive you. I said, no. Then we're going to execute you. I say, well, if you have to execute me for telling you the truth, I can't help it. Go ahead, I said. So
Wow.
they put some bars of wood on the floor, and
Yeah, just a trigger warning. This is the part where she talks about the torture, and it's a little bit upsetting.
they tied me up. And I had to kneel on these wood, very rough wood, and they stripped me the topless, really topless, and they tied me to the wood, so that I couldn't go forward, I couldn't go backward, I couldn't go sideways, and they applied electric shock to me, So you can imagine there. And then my husband, they brought my husband, I didn't know where he was before. Brought my husband, he was kneeling beside there, watching me being tortured. He said, now, both of you confess, we'll let you go. If not, we'll execute both of you. My husband, I have nothing to tell you. He said, all right, tortured me, Oh, that was terrible. Unless you've gone through it, you don't know what it's like. When they're torturing you, of course you cry, you see. And then your tears will come, your nose will be running.
Okay, so yeah, sorry, that was a little bit long, but that was an excerpt from a oral history interview with Elizabeth Choy. And yeah, like I think, like even the way that she says these things, Zaki, is this your first time hearing the
No,
interview?
I went through yesterday. Yeah, it's
Mhm.
around 30 minutes of interview. Yeah, it's very, very sad. Yeah,
Yeah.
very in a very, very heroic kind of sense because it's like even for me, like it's like yeah, just imagine you are the whole world is like turned against you, this kind of thing, and you go against the tide and say no, I'm not gonna do this. You do what you have to do, this kind of thing. I think this is very strong word, right?
Yeah.
For somebody, for a person, right? Don't care about the gender at all. Right? You can anybody, right? You ask me, I don't know what I'm gonna do if I were back in the days, right? So yes, very inspiring, very, very inspiring. And but apart from that, from her speech, he's very, very religious kind of person. She got a strong grasp of religions or that, and that's make her more appealing actually.
Yeah.
With her, yep.
Okay, so just give us one sec. So actually today we have with us our publisher, Likop, my mom, who is with us today in the live streaming studio. And she was fortunate enough to meet with Elizabeth Choy, like a few years ago before she passed away. So today she's also going to share with us a little bit about Elizabeth Choy.
Hi, madam. How are you?
Hello everybody.
Hello.
Hello, Jackie.
Hello.
Yeah, I'm so great that we able to launch the book during this
Yeah.
kind of a situation.
Yeah.
Actually, during the how to say the
Interview.
last century in the last century,
Yeah.
during the 50th anniversary to celebrate the victory for the Second World War. So
Mhm.
that's during the 90s. There's a lot of activities, events, talk about the Second World War. So I have the opportunity to meet with all these old heroes, Elizabeth
Wow.
Troy, Tang Chong Ti, the member of the 136.
Amazing.
And they really impact me a lot that they are so brave.
Mm-hmm.
Actually, they are ordinary people during the peacetime. But when crisis happen, they stand up and they show us the human spirit, the willingness to sacrifice for the bigger community and the dignified character. So I really respect them a lot and I learned a lot from them. So later we have a magazine called Montage and I went with my editor Catherine to did an interview. We went to her house
Wow.
during
Elizabeth
the
Choy's house.
early 2000. That's before she passed away. So at that time she retired, and although she, she have white hair, she's old, but she's still so full of spirit. And when she talk about the past, she never forget. She forgive, and she is so gentle. And when she talk about the past, the suffering, she just take it so calmly, and I can see how human being can be like this.
Yeah.
You are ordinary people. You stand up during the crisis. You become a hero. But after that, you go back to the ordinary life. You become a teacher for your whole life. And she also was the first principal of the School of Blind.
Wow.
Yeah, and that is very unusual. Can you imagine? There's no School of Blind before the World War. So after the World War, we start one. And a lot of people feel inferior. Parents feel inferior that they have a child that is not perfect. So they hide the child. So she have to go to hunting for all these children and convince the parents, bring them to the school and told them they can be educated, they can be learn, they can learn a skill. So I find it's very marvelous of her as a human being. And although war is very terrible, it's so cruel, but with all these outstanding character, I learned a lot from them, and I become optimistic. Optimistic about human being, the spirit of ordinary people,
Yeah, it's amazing spirit.
So that's Nicole and her experience interviewing Elizabeth Choy, and that kind of explains a little bit about why we decided to do this project. And also, I think Danny and Zaki, Danny is the writer for this book. It's very unfortunate he's not with us today because he has work commitments. But we're really grateful to Zaki and we're very grateful to Danny and Zaki, and also our editor Joyce, who was helping us out with the early stages of the script. She really contributed a lot to this book, and we're super grateful to have a wonderful team to work on this book. Yeah, so anyway, Nicole will be leaving us. Thank you for being with us today, and we'll continue from here without my mom.
I guess she went through from the Madam Nicole was talking. I think the character itself went through a lot. Not just through certain changes of not the certain changes of environment, but certain changes of centuries, right? From modern centuries to before, after that, right? And you can see she lived throughout to the 80s to the year 2000. That's amazing length to see, right? From the Second World War until now, you see you've been living through how the world has changed.
Yeah.
So this is amazing lifespan.
Yeah, and I think what my mom said about the spirit of ordinary people is also it's a big part of these stories. I think for whether it's Lieutenant Anand or Lim Bo Seng or Elizabeth Choy, a lot of these Singaporeans, they're really ordinary people who chose to make themselves exceptional. They made the choice to be courageous. They made the choice to sacrifice their lives for other people. And so it kind of teaches us, even so many years later, it's something that we can still hold on to. Like say, coronavirus, financial difficulties, recession, all that. But I think as a country, we have within us a lot of this exceptional spirit, and it comes out in the choices that people make. And I'm sure even now, during this difficult time, we see the way that people support each other and help each other. it really tells us that, yeah, like, you know, there's a lot of humanity and a lot of courage around us all the time.
I guess it's like, you know, it's like ordinary people, the test of time or the test of how how heroic they are is about the time of Clementi, right? So you can see like Elizabeth Choy, right? The time of Clementi, they go to a certain extent to help people to help people in the prison to give them hope, right? So that's amazing, right? It's like right now the COVID-19, right? You can see the nurse are helping all those patients out there, and by
Yeah,
talking to them, even though that is a really dangerous job, right? Any slip of something, right,
yeah,
may
it's
cause
high
death.
risk.
Yeah, yeah, that's a big heroic. So that's is another step. We talk about Elizabeth Joy. We talk even like nurses out there, right? They can quit their job if they want to, but they stick to their guns and they stick to and still helping the people that in terminal ills using the receptor, right? So from there you can see those people are really to a certain extent push themselves to be a better person, a better people than and help us to live our everyday life, right? Time has changed, but certain heroic act never change, right? A good person is a good person. Yeah. So there, that is I say a heroic doesn't mean that you have powers or you have certain ability, but you have a responsibility, right? Being an additional responsibility like Elizabeth Choi, that's amazing. Like even when I hear the interview, even like the way that Madam Leacock, your mom just now tell me, right? It's very very emotional. It's like you see the through a hero eyes, right? And fortunately, like she met the hero, one of the heroes of Singapore. That's amazing, right? Yeah, I wish I can met that kind of person, but
Yeah.
that's amazing.
But
Yeah.
I think they're all around us, you know.
Yeah, of course, of course. Right now we can meet all the nurses out there. If after this thing happen, you can say thank you to them, right? I think thank you is not enough, right?
Yeah,
Besides just give, it's more than
yeah,
that, right?
it's important to support people, you know. So all of you, if you
Yeah.
have time, money, you know, like some extra hands and feet to help
Yes.
out. Yeah, there's a lot of things we can do.
Volunteer, right? Volunteer. And maybe some of your neighbors, they are very old. Maybe they live alone. They need to buy anything. Just have a knock at the door and say, "You want to buy anything? I can go down and buy for you stuff." This kind of thing, right?
Yeah,
Yeah.
that's a good
So
point.
yeah, you can help. So because not everybody live. We all live. I'm sure all of you guys know your own neighbor, right? Some are like living alone. You just knock to them and say, "Auntie, you want anything?" Going down, this kind of thing, right? Because it's
Yeah,
dangerous for them to go down or that kind of thing.
yeah,
Yeah.
yeah. Hey,
So
so
yes,
actually, we had some questions that we said we will talk about today, right? So
sure. Yeah.
let's go into it. Because
Mm-hmm.
also, like I mentioned earlier, Danny Jalil, the writer, he's not here. He's not able to attend today's session, but I
Yeah.
did get comments from him beforehand. So
I see.
maybe
That's good.
let's start with the first question,
Mm-hmm.
which was okay. So I was asking. I will say I will talk about Danny's answer, and then after
Answer.
that, Zaki can jump in with your comment. Okay.
Sure.
Yeah, so the question was, how was working on Elizabeth Choy's story different from previous works? For example, Lieutenant Anand, which both of you worked on together, and also in Danny's case, Danny wrote a novel before that. And okay, so this is Danny's answer.
Okay.
Okay, so Danny. Okay, Danny. I think every story is different in its approach and perspective. Most stories are what I call emotional archaeology, whether it's purely fictional or based on real people. You really have to dig out the heart of the story. Writing Elizabeth Choy's story was different in the methods of research, in the sense that her past was more documented than Lieutenant Anand. So I would like to credit a specific book. It's called Elizabeth Choy, More Than a War Heroine, a biography by Mei-Cho, and also the internet for being able to contribute to a lot of the research.
Yeah.
So that's different from Lieutenant Anand, where there were very little facts documented about him aside from his military work. So there was a lot more creative freedom in the scenes for embellishing to add dramatic weight. Yeah, so with that knowledge from working on Lieutenant Anand, bringing that to the Elizabeth Choy project, the writing and the planning of panels, how to add images and words in each panel and keep the readers turning the pages, it was a little bit easier. And also in Danny says since I did the lettering for both comics, I learned to not add too many words per panel. Once I learned that, it saved me a lot of time.
Right.
Yeah, so that was from Danny. And
Right.
for Zaki,
Okay, it's
the
very, very different. Yeah, sorry. Can
no,
I
sorry,
speak?
just the question was, how was drawing Elizabeth Choy's story different from the previous works, such as Lieutenant Anon?
Yeah, it's like Danny says, it's very, very different because one is the point of a soldier, right? How what they call it, how patriotic it is to defend your belief or your state, right? Your nation, right? The other one is different kind of patriotic. Is from the point of the POW, right? How patriotic you can be when you are a POW in a war, and how you want to support encouragement to your prisoner of war, your buddy system, and how does you sacrifice yourself to help others, right? A different kind of values and different kind of tragedies. Right? Not always the same tragedy. So to put in term of illustration, it's very very hard for Elizabeth Choi, more harder uh, than of course Lieutenant Anna, because Lieutenant Anna is a point of soldier, right? So we got a lot of references of soldier that done before. Yes, we can adapt certain to it, but for individuals, characteristic, individual charisma in the prison, right? Is a bit tough because you got to show a subtle emotion. That how many times that I try to draw, it doesn't look the right thing, right? It doesn't look the right emotion. So you can try your best. Hopefully, the reader get the idea and the emotion to it, right? There's a very very different feel and drama to it, right? Because it just the point of view is through the point of Elizabeth I kind of point of view generation where Alatana is a point of the nation point of view where everything goes to war, right? They go
Yeah,
to certain areas, right? How does the other part of the counterpart of the army come to Singapore and fight? Where this part suddenly everything changed around her, right? So it's a very different subjective kind of film. Yeah. So
yes,
yes, I think it's putting emotion are very different for Hanan and Elizabeth Choi.
yeah, definitely. So,
I
I
hope
mean,
that answered.
hmm?
I hope that
Yeah,
answered.
yeah, that's a great answer to the question. I mean, like hearing about the process from a comic book creator's perspective is really is really interesting to a lot of us who may have.
Mm,
I mean, because a lot of us read Elizabeth Choi's story in textbook, right? And then in textbook
yeah.
it's told in a certain way. So when you think about it, like as a comic book artist, comic book writer, I'm sure you guys saw it very differently working on this project,
Mm-hmm.
which leads us to our next question, which was, say for Elizabeth Choi's story, like, you know, which part of her story left the biggest impression on you? And I will start with Danny's
Sure. Okay.
response, okay? So this is shout out to Danny. Hope you're able to tune in. Keep up the hard work. So Danny's response was, there was no particular part that left a deep impression on me per se, but what struck me was that her upbringing, where she was exposed to local headhunters in her old village, and this taught her tolerance of other cultures, which was then brought forward when she was sent to prison, and she gave her all to help all the other prisoners, regardless of their background. And that was what left the deepest impression on me.
Okay.
So that was Danny.
Oh,
And then
very good.
Zaki, what do you think?
I think the biggest impression is about your life. How his life changes because as I'm not married anyway. So for a person that just get married, right? Then
Mm-hmm.
to build your own family and to build your love life, then the whole world change and turn on you, right? To me, that's the biggest impact of a story in my life. To what I perceive, right? If like you want to do everything, you want to change, you have a whole new life. It's like a reborn thing, right? You with your husband or your wife, right? To be, then suddenly the world changes, right? The war changes, then you get into prison. I think that part of war started is the most impactful, right? Even though it looks like just a certain way of illustration. I tried to illustrate in that page. I forgot what page that where you can see a silhouette of her with pregnancy. Then there's a flag of a Japanese in the silhouette, right? And the war coming and the destruction of the environment. So that's why the reason I put that in one big panel, right, is to show that as a mother or as a wife, right, your body changes, your emotion changes, but the whole world changes as well. So how impactful is that? Right? That could be very, very emotional to a lot of people, especially for a mother, right? For a female. So yeah, I think that gets me a lot. So the changes of your body, the changes of your emotion, the changes of your world. Then you got to go through with all the hell that coming to you. Yeah, I think that's a big impact for me.
Yeah, I think that's something that's very universal, right? Like no matter, like now when people talk about the coronavirus outbreak and
Yeah,
the level of human suffering, people are comparing it to wartime. And
yes, yeah,
going back to these stories, you suddenly realize that, oh, you know, there's so much that we can take away from it, and
yeah.
those people
That's
are
yeah,
really no different from us.
correct. There's a lot of parallel actually, right? In the war, there's a economy go down, right? A
Yeah,
lot of death in war, and the same thing. The economy go down, and parallelly, it's a lot of death everywhere in the world, right? So yeah, there's a lot of parallel between the World War and the Elizabeth Church story, and even the COVID-19 right now. Right?
yeah.
And how and from there
About
you can see people outside. Some people are going more rebellious. You can see how people go to rebellious, want to wear the mask, go out somewhere else, scold people, or that not happy. Frustration is there. Right? So you
mm,
can see it started. It's already started right now. So yeah.
yeah, definitely.
Yeah.
Yeah. Okay, so the next question that we had planned
Mm,
for today, but
mm.
actually for whoever is tuned in, right? Please drop your questions in the comments. We are looking at it right now actually, and it's quite rare for us to have a chance to be live with you guys.
Yeah.
So we're not sure who is out there, who's tuning in, but do say hi and do drop your comments in the feed, whether that's YouTube or on Facebook. You know,
Yes. Please do. Please do.
yeah, I think we both, yeah, I mean, we all have it open, but yeah, please feel free to drop your comments in the chat. So the next question that I had for you guys was a bit more about yourself. So
Okay.
yeah, because this project, I mean, I can share with you guys, it took years to do this project. I'm trying to think
Yeah.
why, but I think the idea for doing a book related to Isabel Choy is something that our company had wanted to do for very, very long. But somehow we
Mm,
couldn't really find the right team and the right, like say the right artist or the right writer to work on the project. I think
mm,
until you guys pitched us Lieutenant Anand, and then for us it was like, wow, okay, these guys want to work on the war heroes story. So
right.
maybe we can kind of nudge you guys towards working on Isabel Choi if Lieutenant Anand goes well.
Yeah.
Talking about Lieutenant Anand, I mean, it's a great book. Like I think what you and Danny bring to the story as a team is that you guys really make it more, yeah, like it's much more layered and much more emotional,
We're
than
trying to, yeah. Oh, I hope we get there. We're trying to, but yeah, I mean, like for it's a very very long journey for 2 years, like over years, because for some
yeah,
reason
no, it's just a lot of things to fact check and go
yeah,
back and
yeah.
forth, right?
Uh,
Yeah.
Everybody got there. Some problems started. Started out, I thought it's like, okay, I'm ready for it. Actually, for the beginning of it, 2017,
Mm.
2018, I was really ready then. Got Shah and Joyce, and everybody got their own personal thing to clear out. So it get a bit slower. Then after that, 2018, after that, my schedule tied up with another thing. Right? So I got a couple of schedule. I'm taking a certain courses at night, and I'm still running my own project, and I'm still running teaching in the morning, right? Some school part. So the juggling it is slowing down the process really, really badly. So yeah, so it's interesting to be, because the other thing, this artwork and this story is you need to put a lot of emotional stuff. Yeah, so you cannot just rush sometimes, right? You got to hold back and you draw. Even when you hold back, you draw. You can go to the editor. Editor will find that, hey, you're doing something. This one is a bit off. This kind of thing. That's the fact, right? So yeah, it did take a lot of emotion and thought a lot of effort in it. So I hope with these 2 years of moving out, we really nail it. Hopefully, yeah. Yeah, I hope people enjoy the story and enjoy a lot of the effort that we put into the writing and through the editing and through Asiapac coming forth and back and forth, and to myself, I'm trying my best to get a good reaction for the readers to read. Yes.
Yeah. Anyway, right now we're just going to switch to scrolling through some of the preview for this book.
Nice. May I
Yeah,
know when's the actual
the
physical
actual
book?
book.
Yeah.
I mean, so actually to share with everyone here, like as you know, this circuit breaker that's going on means that we haven't been able to go back to the office. So when it comes to the printing deadline, we're hoping that the circuit breaker measures will lift as of June 2nd, I think. And then when we get back to work, then we'll start to release this. As in, we'll start to proceed with the print production for the book. But in the meantime, it's available for pre-orders online. And we strongly encourage everyone to check out our website. You can find out more details there. And yeah, like actually this is really fun, like to be able to scroll through this book that's taken so long to work on.
Yeah.
Scenes like this, I think they really show like a very, like it's such a relatable side to Elizabeth Choy, someone who was a teacher and a mother, more so than just like a heroine. She was really an ordinary person who loved her family very much and was very kind to others in her community and whatnot.
Yeah. It's
Yeah.
definitely a good teacher. So yeah, I mean like for can they just order online and you just send the book or like mail order kind of thing? Is that
Yeah.
possible?
Yeah, so that's what we're doing. So if you order the book now, you will receive it most likely within June.
Okay.
I mean, we are really well in this with everyone. For our business, like we're a very small business. There's like maybe
Yeah.
four of us full timers in the company, and we're trying our best to keep everything going. But yeah, the book will definitely come out. As you all saw, like the print files are ready to go. It's just that we haven't been able to get into the print production process right now. Yeah, but still, like we're very very excited about this project, and there's a lot going on right now. Yeah, we're expecting to be able to ship it out to all our readers within the month, and we do have like advanced copies already distributed among some of our reviewers.
Okay.
Yeah.
That's good to hear. Because some
Yeah.
of the people does WhatsApp me or even at Facebook, give me a question. Where's the book? How to get the book? This kind of thing. I just said you go to Asiapac Facebook, and they ask me, does the physical copy exist? Right. So I'm sure that's why I'm asking you guys right now. Is it how the physical copy gonna be? Because somebody asked me from Facebook that the physical copy exists. That's the thing.
Yeah, it's going to be a while.
Yeah.
I mean, yeah, like we really appreciate. We've been getting a lot of support for this project, and we're really grateful to everyone. And yeah, we hope that like there'll be a lot that we'll be able to resume things and go back to normal soon. Like say for this event, right? When we planned this event, it was meant to be a physical space. It's meant to be a cult gallery, and we wanted to have like a whole like artwork gallery, bookshop. We wanted to do this session like in present with a physical audience. So that was the first like concept of this event, and then now things are so different. So we do what we can lah. So like say today's live stream, making the book available for pre-orders online rather than waiting until we have the printed book. Those are things that we've had to kind of. I mean, we only planned this like I think a few weeks ago, right? Exactly. I think before that we're still like, oh yeah, we'll wait and see what happens. At some point we just have to like, okay, stop everything and just take it online. That was really viable choice.
Correct. But obviously I suspected this 3 months ago. I did mention you something gonna happen.
Yeah.
Remember I told you? Yeah. I'm sorry, not that I'm being bad luck or what. Just I don't think so. It's under control because it is especially for some other countries are more advanced. China is more advanced than Singapore, right? So it's a big country, it's more advanced country. Even for them, it's hard to contain, right? So it's like it will come to the shore that it's for our country, it's better, it's a bit better because it's small, right? It's easier to check certain things, the security is much more higher, but still you can see, right? There's always a leak somewhere, right? We try our best to do things, but this thing might happen. So I hope that after this is a learning for all of us, not just Singapore, the whole world, right? That take things seriously. That you can never know, right? What's gonna happen next.
Yeah.
Actually, right now you appreciate that you go to a coffee shop, you appreciate that you remember you have a cup of coffee downstairs. Now you feel like, oh man, I still remember that time where we have coffee bean.
Yeah. I feel that way, man. I
Yeah,
miss all the like day-to-day normal things the
right.
most.
I
Yeah.
just say even like I go down to buy some stuff for the market things, right? I even miss to smile at the people that the cashier or the people that sell me food like downstairs. No, because I covering my face, they don't even know I'm smiling or not, kind of thing, right? So yeah,
Why I must say
so
louder? To say like
yeah,
thank you, thank you. Yeah.
yeah. So it's a very very different. It's a totally different world. I hope we can go back or we can do better next time, right? But it is a very different different situation right now. There's a certain question for Asiapac.
Yeah, there are a
Uh,
couple of questions actually. Maybe we
yeah,
can get to these. Okay,
yeah,
so
sure.
you want to start with I think is it also Zaki? Okay, Muhammad.
Yeah,
He asked, how are you able to maintain yourself during these crazy times? Yeah, that's a good question.
okay.
Yeah, Zaki is a very zen guy. I really regret.
So it's not really, but I try my best. Okay, the thing that you guys got to do is that I think for us artists it's not really that bad because we always stay at home and draw, right? We can ask Ellen or that. So I
Yeah.
think it's a second nature, but the thing is that of course you got to take a break. I like it because for me it's because actually I like the staying at home more. Not say I don't like working outside, but right now I'm closer to my mom, right? Because when I work outside, yeah, I got 8 hours of my life, preparing school stuff and teaching people how to draw, how to do rendering, and talk about comics or that. But when I at home right now, right, my mom is just beside me. Anything, I just can go talk to her. I take a break. I talk to your loved one, talk to your mother, right? That is how for you to prepare for the COVID-19 thing, right? Somebody that close to you, your mother, right? So for me, it's my mom, right? Talk to my mom, it's like cool me down, this kind of thing. Certain situation, just talk to your loved one. So if you don't have, I mean, you can't talk to your mom busy. You can talk to your like younger brother, right, or your father, or somebody. Talk to your family. Family is the most important thing. Okay. So how I
Yeah.
cope the COVID-19 is just talk to your loved one. Yeah, to talk to my mom anyway. Yeah. I'm
Yeah.
sure like Lee Ying also talk to Lee Kok all the time, right?
Yeah. Actually, I
Yeah.
don't. So I don't live with my mom, but I came back this
Oh man.
weekend. So I came back this
Yeah.
weekend to do the live stream, and yeah,
Oh, okay,
I
okay.
think it's very important to stay close to your loved ones.
Yeah.
And yeah, like yeah, because the whole idea like one household, one family, like you're not
Correct.
supposed to see people outside in your household, right? Yeah, I
Yeah.
think that really makes you appreciate the people around you.
Yeah.
Yeah, I live with
Especially,
my
especially I'm
very
sorry,
grateful.
yes. Correct, correct, correct. Especially for like family. Now you see like, oh man, you can only stick to the actual person that you're responsible to your family. This COVID-19 show you that one of the most important thing is your family, not your friend or anything. I mean friend is good, but family is number one. Right.
Yeah, and your family should be your friend also lah. We have to be, yeah,
Family is more than friend. Yeah, you
yeah,
sacrifice everything. Yeah.
yeah, no, exactly. So I
Okay.
think there's some other questions. The next one was, oh yeah, Ideal, Yo-Yo, Ideal. He asked us what's the inspiration for the art style for the comic book. And yeah, exactly. I mean, you draw a lot of different kinds of art. You
Mm,
have your concept art and animation and all that. So
yeah.
how did you decide on this direction for the art style?
Okay, this one is more grounded. It's like more semi-realistic. It's almost like realistic, right? So it's more realistic because I big influence of this old comic book called Nem from Marvel Comics. It's an artist called Michael Golden. Right. So the way I saw Michael Golden is that when he draws superhero stuff, but when he draw Nem, right, all the what war comics, right? He draw as much detail. He draw even the single leaf in the forest. Then he draw the machine gun, and he draw even the people that injured to show how hurt they are. So from there, I got a lot of inspiration for this old artist called Michael Gordon. So for me, when I try to draw Elizabeth Choy or even Lieutenant Adnan, right, I try to draw a certain realistic time, but then you can see a bit of their what their material, what they are facing, what kind of house they are living, and the certain development of Singapore. Right, you can see from the picture there that Singapore developed back in the days. Right, even from the 1800s, Singapore we already have a big building, Cathay building, or that it's already been there. So yeah, I think we are fortunate that Singapore actually have growth so much. Even for now, right? Like we thought, like in the 40s, in the 30s, Singapore is like is an old kampong. It's not true. Singapore is actually it's like town area in Malaya, right? Singapore is like a town area. We always been a very 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 fast paced kind of city right back then. Even now, right? So it's just our value get there all the time. So like for Singaporean, like you say, we work hard. Our generation have been working hard even from the past. Our grandmother have been working hard all from the past. Right? Only the war paused us a bit.
Yeah. And like for this particular, you want to talk about your character design process for Elizabeth Choy also? I think that's quite interesting. Like
Yes.
some other characters that inspire you.
So yes, say that again. I'm sorry. I was reading the comment.
Oh no, yeah. Maybe you can touch on how you came up with the character design for Elizabeth. Because I remember we went through different iterations, and reference from
Okay.
different heroes as well.
Yeah,
Like
correct.
different Marvel characters that
Correct. Yeah. So the first idea, I want to have a more simplified kind of feeling, right? I want it to be more like a people person. I don't want to have those hatching line, this kind of thing. But the process goes because certain part of the story is a bit intense, right? So when I try to do that kind of stylistic, it really doesn't work because the part where she in prison, the part of the war coming, I cannot do much more stylistic kind of look. So the process changes after that. Oh, I got to redo some of the pages, this kind of thing, because the design itself goes towards the drama, right? Changes. So that's why I changed a bit of the design after that. After around 50 pages of drawing, then you can go to the part where more intense. Oh, this style it doesn't work. So then I carry on to certain direction. Then I go back to the previous page and we draw the face.
Yeah. But I
So
mean,
yeah,
I think efficiency is very important for comics, and like
yeah, not yeah, definitely efficiency. So that's why sometimes when you draw comic, certain thing you need to key down the stylistic that you want. But again, the storytelling you got to read carefully. Sometimes if like you got to double check how the design and looks agree. If not, you're gonna have problem. More changes, more things that you're gonna develop, gonna start.
yeah.
And
I
again, drawing comic is no matter how simplified is it, right? It's like a marathon.
It is.
Yeah.
It takes so long to do a book. I mean,
Yeah.
like from Danny working on the script, Joyce
Yeah.
editing the first few rounds of the script, and Zaki the thumbnails, the character design, very long. And I
Yeah.
think so it has to do with the kind of care that we put into the project as well.
Yeah.
I
I think
think like
sometimes, sorry, yeah. I think sometimes I blame my thumbnail as well. I was watching the thumbnails, right? So when sometimes when you do thumbnail, okay, guys, sorry for future artists, right? Please draw your thumbnail more clearly, right? Right. Because
hey,
for
that's
me myself,
nice, man.
yeah,
Coming from an art teacher, that's very important.
because I was rushing with my thumbnail. Then I find out I forgot this. What is this scene? You know what happened? I go and call Shah. Shah, this page 53. I'm looking at my own thumbnail right now. Can you describe for me? I can't. I don't understand my own drawing kind of thing. So it's like, oh, this scene is, this girl supposed to be like, the Japanese family go through the room and trying to do something bad to her. Then after that, she screamed. Then,
Mm.
oh, okay, okay, I got it. Then I got to refine the drawing again. Okay. Oh, okay, now then I got to write down the sketches. I got to write down. Okay, this is the Japanese. This is the girl.
Yeah.
So yes, yeah. For the future artists out there, yeah, do a very nice thumbnail, right? Don't do sketchy. You don't really understand. But after you go back after 3-4 days, right, you forget. Right. So yeah,
Yeah.
that's a good pointer, you guys.
Lor. But that's it. I think Zaki, the good thing is that you did the thumbnails very fast, and
Yeah,
like I see the way you work with Danny is like he can kind of talk about it, and then you can do the thumbnails on the spot. And I think that's
yeah.
a very good collaborative process. Although yeah, like coming back to it later on, maybe it's a little bit like hard to track down. But
But it's a good thing. It's a good thing because uh, as an artist, right, you got to work closely with your editor and closely with your writer, right? Especially your writer. Right? If your writer,
looking at a publisher is there's a yeah lah, you have to work with the editors.
yeah,
Yeah.
editor, because again, right, the reason why, because sometimes when you do things when you are tired, you make mistake. We all human, okay, guys. So yeah, we all make mistake. So the editor is there to, even though how frustrated it is, sometimes when you look at it, you come down and think, yeah, man, I did a bad job for that. Then you got to change, right? So it's a must. It's a must. Even like you do a good drawing, right? Have you ever, you guys ever draw a lot? Then after that, you thought it's a good drawing. Then after 2-3 days, you look back again. Is that it's so ugly, right? And I think so. That's happened. That's the editor come in. Okay, so please listen to your editor. Right.
Yeah, I mean, like someone asked a question, Ross. Yeah, Ross, he asked a question about what are the challenges pushing forward history comics. He also said great work, Zaki.
Oh,
So
thank you.
yeah, like talking about the challenges. So what we're talking about actually is one of the challenges. Like
Look,
uh,
yeah.
historical content is very different from doing your own characters and your own story.
Okay.
Uh, like I think that it's important for us to
Mm.
like for us for this project we did a lot of research.
Yeah.
Um, yeah, and like part of the reason why we did it is also because we know that yeah, like these are stories that need to be told. And
Mhm.
say like after doing Limbo Sing, Lieutenant Anand, you see the way that kids respond to these characters when they read the comic book, and you know that it's very important to do.
Correct.
Like that time we went to a primary school, and then like the kids are so excited, and they're
Yeah.
excited about someone called Lieutenant Anand bin Saidi, like someone who looks like them, was born in also like Malaysia, Singapore, and someone who was like can be your neighbor, your brother, your uncle. And like the way that readers respond to it when it's in a comic book format is really amazing, and we want to keep doing that. Yeah,
Yeah.
so yeah.
Mhm. So for me, right, I think what is the toughest part for doing a history comic is a location, right? So if certain random location, you can just draw a random broken house building. That's it's easy to draw. But when you standing at certain location, you cannot destroy the location because the people might know, hey, this Chinatown, right? You cannot just draw a Chinatown that way, right? It's like this thing never happened. This kind of thing. So for doing war comic, you got to do a bit of research. Location is important. So you try your best to do okay, put a certain location that no is there. Find a very, very huge reference. Which part of the Japanese that bombed, which part of the location that's already been there. Even it's not in the book, never tell it, but the location is there. When you draw it, it's supposed to look like that location that you're drawing. Right? Because Singapore has changed so much, right? So the certain location that you can Google certain location that bomb, area of hospital or that that's in the history. So from there you can find out a location that really you can draw it out. Right? You cannot just draw a random hospital. This look like doesn't look like Amokyo. This look like this one look like some other city in Vietnam. This kind of thing. You cannot do that, right? So you got to find the location. Yeah, I think that's a hard part to do a fact. What do you call it? A fact kind of history
Yeah.
story.
Yeah.
Yes, correct. For
Yeah,
fictional, it's easier. Fictional, you can do a random building, right? Just can draw is a random building. Yeah. I think a lot of effort to draw for history comic, history books, or graphic novel, we call it.
Mm-mm. Actually, for you, how do you do your visual research? Like, do you look at historical photographs? Do you go to the
Uh,
place and look at it?
Everything. For me, lucky we got the Holy Bible called Google.
Yeah, yeah.
Yeah. So what happened is what I did is actually first I get the location of war. Just Google location of war in Singapore, 1942 and 1940s, 41. Then after that, you look for certain places. Of course, you won't see much of the places. You can see the location. So you go to the PUB Singapore, PUB
P.
Singapore Utility Board kind of thing, right?
Yeah.
So Singapore Utility Board, they got old pictures, a Wikipedia of old pictures where the station are. So where Singapore, how the line, the from 1800 to 1900, where the line cable are, all that. So they got archive for it. So you can take a look. Okay, this place where the archive. Then you can find out very old 19 from 1800 to 1900 to 1920, even 1930s. So from there you get okay, this is the look of it. Then after that, just imagine the war. So you destroy some part of it. If you get the picture from 1920s kind of picture, so you got to fix it to make it broken in 1940s, right? That kind of thing. Uh, if not, it's very hard. Especially for a war scene, right? Because most of the location we don't have certain features. So we every time you want to do something, I was lucky because I was doing some concept for PUB last time. There's a
Oh,
few, yeah. I did for
animation.
this. No, it's even like the history kind of thing. How PUB set up, so I got to draw illustration for that. So I wiki them. So yeah, so I got some of the pictures, and I was doing for the Singapore Heritage as well for
Mm,
the World War Two also for Subhas Bose or that. Yeah,
mm, 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 mm,
so
mm.
you go to the library. There's a moving comics, right? That one I did also.
Yeah. Actually,
Yeah,
I mean, after you do this research and you have this knowledge, right? I mean, you and Danny, you guys are experts when it comes to the wartime history. Like when I talk to you guys and when I look through the manuscript, I'm always like, wow, I'm learning so much from this
thank you.
storybook. Like, there's so much detail in there that in the past I cannot imagine, but because I see it in a visual format, it's like you guys go so much further than just like typing out like what Google gives you lah.
I guess we are lucky because for me, especially for me, because I'm not really good at reading kind of stuff. Right? But because of this project, right, I need to. They give me the source, and I got to read the source to reapply it again. Right. So even for the World War Two, I got a lot from the Indian heritage, how Subhas Bose,
Sector.
yeah. So how Subhas Bose go against the British? Why does the British left Singapore for certain reason? All that, and how does the Indian army got two sides of the Indian? One is the British side, and the other one is the Japanese side. So a lot of in the in depth of the stories. So it's a good thing. I that I learned something about history. Yeah, that
Yeah,
the school never teach you.
yeah, lor, definitely.
Yeah. So
And
it's
okay,
interesting.
well, in the last 10 minutes of this Q&A session, so whoever still has some questions, please put them in the chat below. And if not, right, what was the last thing? Oh yeah, I wanted to ask Zaki. So now that this project is, we're kind of wrapped up your side of the production of it.
Yeah.
Yeah. So like, what's new? Can you tell us like what you've been working on?
Okay. Sure.
Stories, projects.
Okay, of course, besides I'm teaching at Majors Institute of Excellence, Concept Art School, I'm doing a children book with my friend in China. And I got a friend in China. He still cannot come back to Singapore because of COVID-19. So his name is Si Yuan Ao. It's just a short 14 pages children book. It's about the eagle hunter. It's about a kid. It's customary for, Mongolian. Yeah. So it's very interesting about Mongolian that when they are 8 years old, they need to keep one baby hawk, baby eagle. So when they are until they are 12 years old, they need to after they feed the eagle because the eagle is like their hunter. They will let the eagle go. The eagle will grab the rabbit, grab any animal, right, for them to eat. But by the time they are 12 years old, they got to let go of the animal. They got to let go of the eagle because the customary of the Mongolian, right, after you keep the animal for 10 years or 8 years, right, the animal must, the rest of the animal life, it doesn't belong to you, belong to the world. So the customary, if they keep an eagle from 8 years old, then after that when the eagle grow, after 8 years old, you got to let it go because it
Mm,
doesn't belong to you anymore. So you got to belong to the nature. So
mm,
it's very very nice story about a boy who don't want to give up his eagle.
mm.
Yeah,
Interesting.
yeah. I hope I can.
I was asked whether you're working on your own comic book. Like, do you have
uh,
any comic book projects planned?
yeah, I did have certain books, but I'm still working for my friend, and I want to do the. Remember that we want to do uh the small little guy. I forgot the name. The Ocean Heart, right?
But,
Yeah, yeah. But because there's
and I really like I really love that character and that story.
yeah.
Yeah.
Hopefully we can come back to that. Yeah, hopefully because right now, because of the COVID-19 thing, right, is it make certain projects slow because this project with the children book is actually supposed to finish this now, but because of the COVID-19, it's a bit of delay, right?
Mm,
So I don't
yeah.
know where is he publishing because he's the one who wanted to publish. So I always work with writer, because I can't write, right? I can tell a story, but I'm not good at writing. So I always come up with concepts, kind of thing. So this writer, Xu and Ao, if you think finish, I think probably will come and see you or some other publisher that you
Nice.
guys know.
I'm
Yeah,
excited. Yeah, I
sure,
think
sure.
I mean, like, say, there are comic artists that work on their own. For you, like, you and Danny are kind of a team. For
Yeah,
the last two projects. Before that, you
yeah,
also work with our other editor in the past, Catherine. So
correct. Yeah. There's a
yeah, like
couple of there's a couple of writer that ever approached me to work together, like Don Bosco, right? Right now they're Don Bosco, Steven Ao now are doing it. Then the other is called Danish. Then I don't know you know him, Danish Chong. So it's a time thing, because there's so many things we can do, right? Because but there's so many things I need to settle first one by one. So
yeah.
hopefully, all these writers we can meet up and talk about it again.
Okay.
Yeah.
Let me just give an update from Danny then, because Danny he also left me some comments about his new projects. So
Right.
okay, I mean Danny. Okay, Danny said that he's been offered a book deal
Awesome.
with an international publishing house for his next historical fiction novel, and is going to be out hopefully within the next year or so. So congrats
Nice.
to Danny. Yeah, that's a huge deal. And for this story, it's also based on a real person, but his life also, but a bit like Lieutenant Anand, like it wasn't very well documented. So
Yeah.
for Danny, this novel that's coming out is going to be about yeah, he said that the challenge was sifting out the fact and the fiction, and trying to be true to the story that needed to be told at the time. And also, he said he has got other writing projects going on.
Nice.
He's rewriting a novel that he had done some time back, that's set in a futuristic Asian city, and it's loosely based on the story Beowulf.
Why
Yeah,
you
so
okay?
yeah, I mean, like Danny, he's a freelance writer. He has a full time job, and like love working with him because yeah, like he always got ideas and
Yeah.
always got stories. So really big congrats to him.
Yeah. I
And
like what. Yeah. Congrats
well,
to Dennis. Yeah.
when the last 2 minutes, so
Yeah.
okay, I'm
So
gonna
far,
start. Hmm?
yeah. Carry on.
No. After the next thing, then let's wrap up and say like
Okay.
so say whatever you want to say to the audience today. We
Yeah.
got 2 minutes.
Okay, good. Okay, so again, right, as an artist working with writer, is like I always like to throw some ideas, and sometimes you work like even like Shah or I work with Don Bosco last time. I always question the idea that they have, right? So it's good to question your ideas. Okay, if your idea cannot answer your question, then you got to fix on your story. That's the important thing. Okay. Yep,
Okay,
that's all.
that's all for today. Okay.
Yeah.
Yeah, so I mean, going back to like what we said today, you're tuned in to Singlit Comics Den. It's a full afternoon of live streams related to Singaporean comics. We've got awesome like artists like Zaki coming on board with us. Our next session is called Making Comic Books. So to everyone that's tuned in right now, please stay on for our next program. It'll be me, VNC, and my mom, Likok. We'll be talking about our process making comic books. And yeah, like thanks so much for tuning in. Feel free to leave comments for us in the comments. And goodbye and take care to everybody. Yeah.
Hey, bye. Bye bye, ma'am.
See you guys in a bit. I'll see you guys in a bit. Bye,
Yep.
Takis.
Bye bye.
Okay, and we'll be back really soon. Okay, we are back for making comic books. So I hope whoever tuned in to Elizabeth Choy is still with us. This session is going to be all about talking about comic books and what we do at Asiapac Books, kind of just sharing with people. And, you know, we really wanted to get more questions from our audience. And so with us, okay, this is our publisher, Likok. So if you guys have any questions for someone who's been in the publishing industry for like 40 years, who founded this company and has been publishing comic books from since the 1980s, please drop some questions in the comments and we will get back to you. Yeah.
Hello, everybody.
Okay.
Hi,
Hello.
Okay, so
Nancy.
yeah, that's that's all from her for now. I will channel her spirit as much as possible. Yeah, so okay. Maybe let's give us thanks to Muhammad for the update. Okay, so today's session, maybe VNC, let's start with a Q&A. It's self-introductions.
Okay. Do you want to start first?
You start.
You can go ahead. I start. Okay. Okay. Yeah. So my name is VNC. I'm an editorial assistant editor at Asiapac Books. So I've been working with them since last year, since October. Yeah. So it's been quite a while. I used to study animation at NTU. Then I graduated, and so now I'm currently with Asiapac Books. Yeah. I like to read and write in my own time as well, and then in my free time, I like to play some D&D. Yeah. Guess that's about it for my self intro. What about you, Lingy?
Yeah. So I guess in terms of the self introduction, I'm the manager / managing editor / salesperson / marketing manager / production manager and project manager at Asiapac Books. We're a really small company, as in we have been around for quite a long time, but
now we are very small.
Yeah, right now we're quite a small outfit, and in terms of what I do, I joined the publishing industry a few years ago. Before that, I was working in finance, and I have always loved to read. I grew up reading a lot of books because my mom was working in the book industry, and I really love Singaporean comic books, especially like such a big part of my childhood. Like I used to read all the Mr. Kiasu books. Of course, like Return of the Condor Heroes, Celestial Zone, even those like Bookworm Gang. That was a huge thing for me and my sisters growing up. So I think
That's
that's
are folk tales and story about Singapore.
yeah. I mean, I grew up reading all these comic books, and at that time, to me, I didn't realize like how special and like how difficult it is for comic artists in Singapore to get their work out there. Like, for example, like like the effort that goes into publishing these books is so time consuming. It takes so many like hours of research on everybody's part. So that's how I decided to, I guess, like, join the book industry to work on the things that I really love and enjoy. And then right now, working at Asiapac, like, working with guys like Zaki, not to mention like all the other artists that we're working with upcoming projects, like that's really the most exciting part of the job. And like I also wanted to, today we're also going to, like we have another team member who wasn't able to join us today, but just wanted to share with you guys and give him a shout out. So we have another team member, Clement. Clement, he say amateur lah, but I'm gonna call him a semi-professional. he's a comic artist. He's working on his own original comic series right now. Check it out. It's called Malayan. I think he has an Instagram account. I'll drop it in the chat. Yeah. So he draws. Actually, all of us draw, right? Viancy, you graduated from graduation. I don't really draw, but I do some of my own like painting and drawing.
Okay, show them your dog.
No. Okay, yeah. So in terms of what we do at the office, Viancy is the editor. Clement, he helps a lot with our operations and logistics, that sort of thing. Marketing. Yeah, and then for me, I just do everything else. So like, for example, if you've been ordering books from our website recently, some of them will have been mailed out from my house. Like that's how we're dealing with this work from home situation. We're trying our best to keep things going as per usual for our readers, and really trying to be able to continue supporting the artists and writers that we work with. Yeah. Okay, so actually we had been collecting Ask Me Anything questions on our social media platforms the last couple of weeks, and we got a couple of different questions. So Viancy, I guess both of us, we can just give our own take on it. So one question is, what do we look for in books that we publish? So like say submissions. When we get a submission, what do we look out for? I think for both of us it's a bit different. So Viancy, what's your view on that?
For submissions, okay, for Asiapac Books, I mean, generally the kind of comics you always look at are very cultural, and the kind of content that there definitely has to be a kind of cultural aspect to the kind of content that we're looking at, and something that is definitely meaningful and has content that will also be engaging for the people who might potentially want to read about like the topic like that. So it has to be maybe something fresh, and also still definitely has its cultural elements. Okay, I'm also, since from animation, I'm also kind of partial to submissions that have like good character concepts or illustrations because sometimes submissions, when they send it in, they'll send it with some samples of their work. And I like to look at these kind of samples and see how the artist draws as well, and take a look at their style and how they implement this style into their story, and how they could potentially execute their story as well. Because sometimes the submissions, they could potentially send like maybe a short summary of the plot. Then after that, you can kind of imagine how this could go about. They could go about doing it based on how they write or the kind of art that they submit. So,
Yeah,
That's
I
for
think
me mostly, because I do tend to focus on story and art a bit more since I'm part of editing as well. And being part of animation, I like to see interesting characters and characters that can be remembered. I think that's quite important for me.
yeah.
What about you, Ling Ying?
So like I totally agree with you about that thing about memorable characters. I think it's so important. Like, say people, they will pitch us a story and then they'll say like, oh, this is a sci-fi story and it's about this thing happening, it's that thing happening. But if we can't even like relate to the character immediately, it makes it very hard for us to continue reading the story. So it's always important to have a very compelling persona that's front and center of the story. Like maybe it can be the main character, or say like, it can be like say a group of characters also. I think that's very important. And like say like we get submissions for different formats. We have picture books, we have also receive comic book manuscripts, we also receive novels and whatnot. I would say that we definitely tend to look more at illustrated content. And our bar is not like, we don't expect you to send us like a full manuscript, but we do expect to see some pages of artwork and ideally character design. So having that compelling character design immediately for us, like it's something that wins us over immediately. And also I would say that like for the comic creators out there, don't be shy to send us your work in progress, because like nowadays, I guess we don't necessarily publish everything, and also not every project that we go ahead with will come out on time, will come out like on the schedule that the creators wanted it to. So everything takes it's always quite up and down, but it's an ongoing working relationship. So say like Zaki and Danny, Tina and Alan, like these teams that we worked with over the last few years. Yeah, like sometimes the project that happened isn't the first project that we talked about. And I think that's important for people to know that. Like when you approach us with a manuscript, it's not just about the like we die want to do this one project. It's also about meeting us, getting to know whether we can work together, and then hopefully that leads towards publication eventually. Yeah, so thanks for that. Yeah, from Han Kwong. And also I think it was someone on Instagram that asked us that question. Okay, and then the next question is, okay, I guess like what do we like about books? So I mean we're all like we're all book people, right? So
History,
yeah,
philosophy.
different perspective from different people. So shall we start with, you want to talk? Okay, maybe I start with Yancy lah. Yeah.
Okay, sure.
Yeah.
So, what do I like in a book, or is it?
Yeah, like, or
That's
why do you like working in the book industry? Why do you decide to join the book industry? What is it about books that you like?
What is it about books? There's a lot of questions there first. Okay, I guess I can start maybe about what I like in books. Okay, I mean since young, I think same as Ling Ying, I've also like been an avid reader. I mean, I'm always the kind that found like to get lost in the worlds of all the books that I read. Very often, like I when I was like a kid, right, I can like read a book and people can call me for like, I don't know, ages, and I can't hear anything. Like that's how engrossed I can get when I read books. So I think that's part of also the physicality of holding a book, where when you're reading and enjoying that book, you can really get lost within the pages and the flipping of it as well. And I like that physicality of being able to hold the book and enjoy it. Although now definitely books have also transitioned into e-books and books that have gone online, and that's something that I've also increasingly grown to appreciate. And I think like for me, I don't think I had like, for me, why I wanted to work in the book industry I think it's always just based on the fact that I think reading and books has been a huge part of my life since I was like a kid. Um, the one of the reasons why I also went to Asiapac Books when they actually reached out to me first through
Yeah.
my through
And
email. Yes, they came by to our NTU grad show for animation, I think, and then that was how I think I got in contact with them, and then they. So since I was also a kid, right, I also really enjoyed Asiapac's books. I think they were one, especially they have this series called Origin. It's like this Origin series. It's for Chinese culture. Yeah, so I'm pretty sure that entire series like taught me like a lot of what I know now about Chinese culture as well. Because it is through that series that I gained a lot of interest in things related to Chinese, especially ancient Chinese culture. It's something that I still enjoy, something that I still create for, even in terms of what I write and what I read, or what I draw. I think I still enjoy that kind of visual aesthetic, the kind of cultural influences that you can get from the very rich ancient Chinese history that we have. So that's how and with that history that I had enjoying Asiapac's books, that's why when they reached out to me, I was immediately like, oh my God, this publisher has been such a big part of my childhood. They just reached out to me, and getting that opportunity to be able to work with them, I think that was, it felt a bit like, oh, I can be part of doing something like that, helping out to be part of that industry, to maybe produce work and content that might have the same impact on others that it might have had on me. And I think that for me is something on why I wanted to join Asiapac Books. Yeah.
Yeah. Oh, thanks, Betsy. Like, I mean, it's very nice. Like I love these
It's
books.
something that I realize now, like a lot of things that I like in my past are like very easily interconnected. But you were saying, Ling?
Yeah, I mean, actually, we don't, as in, we, most of the time when we do events, like, it's about our artists, it's about our writers, it's about the books themselves. So it's nice to have this kind of, free chat. Like, I'm also thinking, it's also bringing up quite a lot of things for me. Like, growing up, reading the Origins books that you talk about. That artist is called Fu Chunxiang. He's a very talented artist from China.
Yes.
He's a cultural studies graduate, right? Yeah, and he wasn't a trained he wasn't like a trained
Oh, he's
artist.
not. Oh, his art is so good though.
Yeah, like his art is like, it's very charming.
Yeah,
very
it doesn't
simple.
have to be. Yeah, there's a lot of character with his work.
Yeah, exactly. And there's a very he does a lot of the visual research is there, like in his books, when he draws the ceramics, when he draws the architecture, when he draws the clothing of
The clothing is very good.
Yeah, I love those details. I thinking like, yeah, that's like, that's what my world, that's what my imagination would look like. That's what I thought ancient China looked like. And it was from, like
it really captures that spirit of it has like its inspiration in that kind of like Chinese art, like roots with how he draws the clothing and all the like the line work and everything.
Yeah, there's so much research that goes into these books, and it's great because as in when you're a kid and you read these books, right, you're just like, wow, all the information is there, and you're soaking and you're absorbing all the information in a very easy way, but you don't realize you're learning so much. As opposed to say like, let's say now you go out there and you try to search for visual references, that process of learning and understanding information is so different when you're not using a book. Yeah, so I mean, for me, why I like books is because it takes you on this journey, and I guess it's more, like it speaks to me because I'm a very visual person, and being able to flip the pages and really like travel through this kind of learning is very important to me. And yeah, so let me jump in with some comments that Clement gave us. So he said that why he likes books. Okay, Clement. Yeah, so he said having a physical collection of his physical books side by side on display is something that he appreciates seeing every day. And I actually love that he said that, because Clement is someone who used to work in the library and he used to work in Kinokuniya. Like, shout out to the NLB and Books Kinokuniya. Like, we work with them constantly and they are wonderful institutions to have for readers in Singapore. Yeah, and I think what he touched on is really important. Like, it's so comforting to have your books around you. Like, I'm not sure about you guys, but I have a lot of books in this house. Like, this is maybe the only wall that doesn't, as in this room is maybe the only room that doesn't have a lot of books, but we have books floor to ceiling, shelves all over, and it's very comforting to me. And like, say, this is a maybe mental health awareness response also, but going to bookstores, going to libraries is very calming. I feel like say the fact that there's so many library branches around Singapore and they're open for pretty generous operating hours. Like, it's such a like reading is much more than just like about consuming content. It's also about putting yourself in a space where it's it's safe. You're surrounded by knowledge. You're surrounded by people who have been putting in all this work all over so many years. And yeah, so like that's part of why I like books as well. Yeah, do you want to say something? Okay, never mind. Okay, so just for everyone's help and reference, like my mom is sitting next to me, but yeah, like if you guys got any questions for her, like feel free to.
Hello, everybody.
Yeah, you can leave comments. You can leave questions for her in the comments. So yeah, like talking about reading, like my mom is such a huge part of my reading experience when I grew up. She always, so we had one bookshelf in the house, like a small shelf full of children's books, and it was always filled with new books. So it's like like going to a bookstore every day. But it was all brought home by my mom because she would have all these sample books from writers and artists and new books that she published as well. So that was what I read growing up and why I'm very attached to books, even as an adult. So I would encourage everyone here, like, please, when the circuit breaker is over, go to the library, or in fact, you can borrow ebooks on the library app now. You can also go to bookstores, go to their online stores, and really support these spaces that are dedicated to book readers. I think the whole industry is going through a really hard time, and we really need all the support that we can get. And yeah, hi to everyone who's in the chat. Yeah, okay, so that went on for quite long. Hey, hi to, yeah. And okay, that went on for pretty long. Okay, so moving on. Yeah, okay, today we wanted to share things that we're reading. So actually for Yancy, do you want to go first or do you want
can go first, I think.
Okay, so yeah, today we wanted to share things that we're reading because everyone at home during circuit breaker, like I think reading has been a big source of comfort for everyone. And I want, actually I'm very curious what you guys are reading. So like, let's say if you're watching some shows on Netflix or following some new YouTube channels, or there are quite a lot of cool live streams going on in the Singapore like Facebook sphere. I think like I see pop up on my feed every now and then, like there are some artists, art spaces, writers, social cause leaders who have been doing live streams. So I mean, do feel free to say hi in the chat if you have a live stream or a thing going on. And now let me share with you guys. Okay, so I'm not sure whether Mitch is in the audience today, but I want to share something that is quite. So we have this particular artist called Shen Hua that we work with, and so he's been working with us on a book called. Yeah, he's been working with us on this book called Legend of Ma Zhu, which is a illustrated Lian Hua style kind of comic book about Ma Zhu. And who is Ma Zhu? She's a very important Chinese goddess for the Chinese diaspora. She's a guardian angel of seafarers and and immigrants. So while her story might not be so well known in China itself. She's actually a very important character for Singapore and for Taiwan. All these all these big immigrant communities and society. Yeah, so the comic book, or rather the comic series that I'm sharing today, is by this artist called Shen Hua, and I don't know if many people on Facebook has seen this, but it's really it's really very good. So this is just a quick scroll through of the story. Yeah, I mean you have kids like behaving badly, hanging out in Chinatown, and yes, it's in Chinese. Sorry, I hope that we can do a nice translation eventually. But yeah, like if you look at it, like the art style is amazing. The story and the characters are so there's not so much story yet, but the characters are really very compelling and very interesting. And yeah, you have all these little details that are very true to Singapore of that era, like all these. Yeah, okay, it's a little bit violent and there's a little bit of kind of I don't know, expletives and whatnot. But I think it's a very beautiful comic, and I think that everyone should really check it out. And yeah, so that's one comic that I'd like to recommend to everyone to read. It's called Gangster Days. It's on Facebook right now. I think the the page probably has I don't know, less than 50 followers or something. But do head over there and check it out. Why not, right? Okay, so Biancy, how about you? You can also share screen. Hey, so Shenhua is in the comments. Yeah, so congrats on releasing this awesome comic strip. I think it's really something special, and I hope that more people get to see it. Okay, so Biancy, over to you.
Okay. So for me, right, actually, I guess it's a bit of background info is that I originally I think compared to Ling Ying, I'm not as in tune with local literature and local comics in the past. I think it's very recent that I've started exploring more of comics and local lit. So right now, right, actually, for me, there's this comic artist that I really like, which interestingly I found through our new Comix.sg website. I'm not actually trying to plug it, but I did find it on there. I was looking through at our list of artists, and there's this artist that I really like. His style was something that I really, really appreciate. This artist called Benjamin Chi, who also goes by Char Siu Space. So yeah, so actually I've downloaded some of his comics, and I downloaded one of his comics so far that I'm reading right now. So that's his main Char Siu Space comic, which is his kind of his brand, right? That's the comic that kind of gave him his name. And then now he has also other comics that's released on Gumroad that I'm also reading as well that I really, really like. I guess I can share screen. Let me see if I can find the comic first.
Yeah, Benjamin Chi, if I'm not wrong, he was part of Koch Studios when they released.
Yes.
I think his title was which one? Kung Fu Do, is it? Was it Don Lu?
I
can't remember exactly now, but hey, if Benjamin Chi or any or other any of his fans are in the comments, hey, please remind us, we're kind of slipping out our mind right now. But we have so many great local comic artists. I hope that everyone here can head over to Comix.sg, browse around and see what artists you can discover. Oh, and Mitch says hi to Licop. Yeah, okay.
Hello.
Yeah. Don't worry, she's here with us, but she's backstage. So thanks mom for supporting the event. I think doing something online is very intimidating for her. Okay, Biancy, do you want to share your screen? I can put it in.
Yeah, sure. Let me. try.
Yeah, and okay, I saw your question. Okay, so there's one art book of illustrations. Okay, and then there's
Sure.
one of,
Is it working?
okay. So anyway, we'll get to your questions after Viancy's talked about this comic strip she's reading. Ooh.
Yeah, so this is,
nice.
I think, one of these first comics that's part of his.
Ooh.
Yeah, so I really like his very graphic style and the kind of details that he does with his ink work, especially when we go into like the city. Like it's so, the way he does his shapes and he draws his characters is very interesting. And it's very visually appealing. It's very visually appealing. Like even though there's a lot going on the pages, I think it's still really clear.
Yeah, it's very crisp. Like this
Yeah,
kind of the black and white balance is really good.
definitely.
Yeah.
So that's something that I've recently been really into. So I'm now looking into his other comics also. I saw this on what?
Gumroad.
Yeah, it's on Gumroad. So he has all his comics up on Gumroad. I think currently this comic right now that's here, this one's actually free. So if you guys want, you can just go on to Gumroad, I think search up Char Siu Space, and then you can just get, it's pay what you want. So if you want, you can also choose to give a small amount to the artist to support him as well.
Yeah, that's really great. I think these paid platforms are really important for our local creators.
I think Gumroad is,
No, I just want everyone to know that, like, nobody really gets rich doing books. Like, it's our artists, a lot of them have full-time jobs, and a lot of them they work with us on freelance basis. So it's not really, like, say, royalties from a certain project or even like commission fees for a project. It's not enough to keep them alive. But say like when they do regular content and you can contribute like say $1 a month on Patreon or whatever platform that they use, it goes a long way. It gives them that stability to continue creating their work. So we really encourage everyone to check out these artists and support them on their platforms, whether that's like Patreon or Gumroad or Webtoons.
Yeah, these platforms are very important to the survival for a lot of artists now online, especially since because of the global pandemic, everything's closed. I think a lot of artists have been slowly branching out towards online shops and things that they can't do. They can do online because now they can't have offline booths or shops that they used to do, especially now with all our exhibitions, all the events all closed. Like I know all those events like Dojima getting pushed back, for example. Yeah, a lot of artists depend on offline events like that. So because they're now so uncertain, everything, try and support your artists online as well.
Yeah, I think in Singapore it's very important for us to really, like let's say if there's an artist that you support in Singapore, we're a very small country. This person is really, you should try to see him as like a friend. There's almost no degrees of separation when these things happen. And so, your support, when you support these people, like make sure that it's known, try to connect with them, support them on their social media platforms. And like, you will be a part of their work. I think that's something that's very important to think about when we enjoy and read these things online. Like, you make a big difference as a viewer. It's not that you're an anonymous spectator. Like every viewer counts for a lot of the projects that we work on. Yeah, so okay. I also wanted to share, yeah, that's right. Okay, I wanted to share this other comic that Clement introduced. So the artist is called Ho Wei Rong, and he has this webtoon series. So I'm just going to show you guys this comic series, and like let us admire how nice it is. So it's on webtoons, which means that it's a kind of scrolling format. And this artist has a really nice style, really awesome coloring. Yeah, and his independent work, this is what Clement said earlier. Clement said that Wei Rong's independent work is a great inspiration to self-publishing comic creators such as himself. And the awesome thing is that you can read these works online for free, and it's very high quality. Yeah, these are really cute characters, and it's all on webtoons. So yeah, we love digging up like creators like this in our work. It's super fun, and we're super happy to be able to share them with on during events such as this. Cause yeah, let's say right now during this circuit breaker period, like watching Netflix shows, since you're looking for something to read or something to kind of to something to appreciate, like why not check out some of our local comic artists, support. Like it's the best time possible to learn and reach out and find out what they're doing. Like everyone's very active online right now, so there's a lot of new things coming up. And yeah, like I honestly don't see it as like, oh, the society is at a standstill. Actually, there's still a lot of creative work going out there. So do visit Comix.sg and do stay online for our other events today, because then you'll get to meet and hear from some of these other guys later on. And yeah, let's start. Sorry, Bianci, we're going to go answer a question. Okay, maybe this one I'll take it. Okay, publishing an art book of illustrations. Okay, yeah, I think for art books or illustrations, I would say like anything you want to publish or submit, it varies from project to project. We are very open. We are very flexible when it comes to formats for illustrated books. I think like say our readers, they'll know that when we do comic books, it varies a lot. It can be illustrated nonfiction, or it can be really like panel comics, or it can be one panel. There's a lot of different ways that we do comic books. So yeah, email us. We have a submissions page on our website, asiapacbooks.com. You can read more about our guidelines over there. Okay, so that's a quick one. The next question from Azikin Ratzuan. Yeah, you were asking us what's the hardest part about publishing a comic book locally. The editing, advertising, or something else. So yeah, I think it's different for different people. Bianci, do you want to answer this first?
I mean, since I'm part of the editing team, generally the most complicated for me would be the editing. Depends also on the comic sometimes, really, because some comics, maybe the art requires more work or the writing requires more work, and it all comes down to it's dependent usually on the work itself that we get. Usually I feel like the submissions that we get or the manuscripts that we work on, they're usually very different in terms of content. So it's also making sure to being really able to like orient yourself between these types of works. So like sometimes we have more comics related, more fantasy, maybe. Okay, so for example, we talked about Sacred Guardians earlier in the day. So this is very fantasy-oriented comic. But maybe for example, for Elizabeth Choy, it's a very historical, very factual, kind of a biographical comic. So the way these comics like this are edited, it will also be different. The treatment of comics like that will be different. So you have to really also get more background information about the comic, be able to orient yourself and think differently for the comics that are involved. Personally, I do think marketing is a bit difficult as well. But talk a little bit about that.
Yeah, I mean, Bianci is absolutely right. I think in Singapore, marketing is quite a big challenge. Like even for, we're a small business, and like most other small businesses in Singapore, we have very limited budgets when it comes to marketing and media. And say for books, right? I think in Singapore, we are so fortunate to be able to read books from around the world. Like in Singapore, we read a lot of international bestsellers. We read, like say, English books and Chinese books and Malay books from Malaysia and whatnot. We are very open economy, and we have access to a lot of fantastic content from around the world. So that's a good thing, but it also makes our local book industry have to face a lot more competition when it comes to like marketing space. And so, you know, like sometimes people, they're like, oh, do I need to, I'll support it if it's good. You know, let's say people have that kind of attitude towards local creative works. Like say it can be an artist, it can be a book writer. But I think it's very important for us to have the kind of mentality where like when you look at a local creation, you try to think of it as this guy is your friend, this guy is your neighbor. And would you support your friend and neighbor, you know, his first comic book, his first art show, his first album? I think we should all try to take that kind of positive attitude towards the works. And so like in the way that we do our marketing also, I mean, say like Facebook, Instagram, like, you know, there's a lot of money that you can pump into internet advertising nowadays. But I would say that it's getting harder and harder for creators and businesses to access their viewers and their readers. And so it's very important to have a more direct connection and to keep engaging with us on these platforms. Like say, you know, we're very grateful to our Facebook followers and like to people who subscribe to our mailing list, because we are always putting up new updates over there. And that's kind of the most important marketing channels that we have now. And like the other most important marketing channel that we have is offline. You know, like we love going to schools, we love doing events at libraries, we love doing events at bookstores. And right now it's like we have no idea when the next book fair is going to be. We have no idea when is the next time we can do an event in a bookstore. So that's a really huge challenge for us right now in terms of in terms of what we do as publishers. You know, I think something that I want to share with you guys also is like say publishing, right? Like creating a comic book is one thing, creating the work is one thing, and then publishing it is a totally different process. You know, like creating the work is about creating the work, and then publishing is about creating the audience. So how are we creating the audience? You know, like we're trying out a lot of new things right now, live stream. Yeah, I mean, please give us your feedback. Let us know if it's going well or not. This is totally new to us, and yeah, we're very excited to see what kind of people we can reach out to online now, and also to keep working with bookstores as they try to go online as well. Like the Singapore Book Fair, I think the Asian Festival of Children's Content, like all these events are going online. So yeah, do support these functions, like especially if you used to visit these book fairs yourself, like definitely check out what they're doing online and try to stay connected. And yeah, that's all for me right now.
Singapore Book Fair is online.
Yeah, Singapore Book Fair is online right now. I believe it's happening this
end of the month.
Yeah, the end of May. And yeah, the next, okay, so now we're going to talk about upcoming projects. Yeah, so the what we have today is we're going to talk about some of the upcoming projects we're excited about. Okay, so Yancy, do you want to go ahead for this one first?
Upcoming projects. I think we've talked about a lot of upcoming projects today that we mentioned through our live stream. So Sacred Guardians, Elizabeth Choy, both of which I'm very excited for. I think there's one work that's coming up that we haven't really talked about yet. The Legend of Matsu, I think you mentioned it just now. I'm very excited for this one as well. I'm currently editing for that book also. The style of this comic book is very different from our usual comic titles. So the way that we've kind of structured that comic is in a very kind of like classic Lian Huanhua style. If you're familiar with that kind of comic style, it's a bit like it's a fairly old style from back in the day, but I think like it's very, very. I think that's the cover.
Yeah.
Yeah, with the art designed by Sheng Hua, very good, very good. Yeah,
okay.
so good. I love it. I love
Yeah.
the colors for this one. It looks very lively.
Yeah, I mean, seriously, like this is such an interesting project for us to be working on. Yeah,
Definitely.
I love that. Okay, so Mitch is in the chat also, like, which is great. Thank you so much. Actually, Mitch, he worked on a lot of projects. He has worked on projects with temples before. So when we talk about the visual element of creating books, right? Actually, Mitch is a great artist. Like he has done so much visual research for us. And like when he draws all these things, you can be absolutely sure that that a lot of thought and care has gone into it. The colors that he chose, the motifs that he used, the kind of materials that he represent in the books, right? They're all very, very researched. And I think that's really exceptional and why the book is something that's really exciting. Yeah.
And for Matsu's stories as well, like the stories he've collected here, usually her stories are quite scattered. So there's not a lot of like written collections where we kind of compile her work into like a very linear order. So that's what we tried to do with this book. Where we tried to give her story a bit of a cohesive arc, as well as give you extra like snippets of her adventures as well. Because the goddess of Matsu, like for me, I only found out about the goddess after I started working on the project itself. But she actually has a really long history that extended, that started from the Song Dynasty all the way till now. And she has like her impacts like that she's made in Chinese diaspora has lasted for decades. So I think for a figure like that, it's important to be able to tell her mythology, tell her story as well. Because we do hear there's a lot of different kinds of mythology that we like to read about: Roman mythology, Greek mythology. So I think we also like to be able to talk about our own Chinese gods and goddesses, which is something that Asiapac has been doing for a very long time with the kind of titles that we're producing. So I think Matsu is also a perfect topic to talk about as well for us.
Yeah, super interesting. Like, I mean, we don't realize, but in Singapore, like any temple that's like I think the Tian Hock King temple, the Ye Haiqing temple, these are the first temples that the Chinese settlers in Singapore built, right? And they were all built to worship Matsu because she was the guardian angel of the seafarers. And in Hong Kong, you have this MTR station called Tin Hau, and you have these amazing Matsu temples in Hong Kong and in Taiwan. There's a huge Matsu festival every year, actually around this time of the year, like in April. Yeah, so it's good to, I think it's really nice for us to be working on this project that has a lot of history and cultural relevance in it. And also it's something new. A lot of people when let's say you look at this style of illustration, you might think like, oh, this book has been around forever. Actually, no, we're still creating these stories now. These legends are not that they're a big part of our cultural identity, and yet they've not been organized in this fashion before. So that's a really exciting part about this project. Okay, and Biancy, do you mind? I'm going to introduce one project that is actually very early stages. So I didn't. Yeah. I didn't plan to talk about it today, but my mom, as in Licop, our publisher, she has asked me very kindly to mention it on her behalf. Okay. So I'm not sure if you guys recognize this guy over here. Yeah.
You want to make the screen bigger because it's in a very small format. Yes.
Yeah, so we got, this is Tankaki. Like for those of you who go to Chinese, like say the Singapore Huiguan schools, like I'm sure you all know who Tankaki is. He's a very important pioneer, like a, what do you call it? Like a pioneer of, he's a pioneer of Singapore. Like shout out to our latest illustrated book by Ellen Bay, Pioneers of Singapore. So we have actually done up this, we've been working on this book with artist Zhou Yiming for a couple of months now. it's all in Chinese now. So
Yeah,
we are going to do a translation into English, but it's about the life of Tan Kaki. Again, like, we love doing stories about historical characters in Singapore because there's so much, like they went through so much. Their lives were, they came from very humble backgrounds. They've been through very, very difficult times. And there's always a lot that like I guess for our comic artists and the writers that we work with, also after they do the research for one project, after that they just love doing free stuff because, like
artist for Limbo Sing.
yeah, so this artist, Yiming, he's the same artist that did Limbo Sing. Wonderful, wonderful artist. You should definitely check out. He did Stanford Raffles and Limbo Sing. And, I guess we attract this kind of history-loving comic artists to join us. And now he just finished up this manuscript about Tan Kaki, and hopefully it'll be out pretty soon, maybe next year. Yeah, we'll see. Yeah, so, okay. Just going through the comments real quick. We're in the last 10 minutes now. So like if you have any questions, please drop it in the chat. I'm going to give you guys what Clement said was his most exciting upcoming project now. Okay, so for Clement, the project that he was most excited about, he's very excited about Sacred Guardians. Yeah, so this one we talked about it when we started out at 2 o'clock. We had Alan, Ideal, Basil, and Ming Yao on a live stream with us. And talking about this book, Sacred Guardians, okay, I'm just going to put it as the background so that people have a little bit of an idea what we are talking about, although this is not a very big view of it. But yeah, I just wanted to give you guys a quick summary about Sacred Guardians. It's a mythology. It's like a kind of superhero story that's mixed with our ancient Southeast Asian mythology, and it's the prequel to a TV series, a tokusatsu TV series that the guys have been working on, which is a project like more than 10 years, I think, almost 10 years in the making. So it was really sweet. Like, these guys, they approached us a couple of years ago asking us like, hey, we have this series for television that we're working on, but we wanted there to be a book as well. And then they pitched us the story. We loved it immediately because the lore is very rich. The characters are very interesting and is very connected to our own identity as people who grew up and live in Southeast Asia. So like, you have Singa, the what do you call it? Like the kind of Singapore god, right? Correct me if I'm wrong. Yeah, and so what Clement said about it is that, it's shaping up to be a really fascinating title, and he loves a generous serving of action scenes in a comic book. Yeah, I would say that the action scenes in this book are really, really great. Like Alan, I mean, we are very, very lucky. We've been working with Alan since his first comic book, Once Upon the Singapore Traders, that came out in 2018. And I cannot get over how good Alan is. Like, he's just really talented, really fast, really skillful, and his work keeps getting better and better. So like, we just wrapped up another project with him called Pioneers of Singapore. Very nice illustrated book that profiles like different important pioneer personalities in Singapore's history. And then now he's working with us on Sacred Guardians, full steam ahead, no break right now. And yeah, like what he's managed to come up with is really like, I think it's a very well done comic book, a very, very interesting story. And it's part of this bigger franchise and bigger story that I think is going to really like, leave a mark in pop culture in Singapore. And I'm really looking forward to seeing what the response is like. And so Sacred Guardians is going to be out in the second half of this year. Like, a lot of things were pushed back because of the COVID-19 virus outbreak. But yeah, it'll be out soon. And again, shout out to Alan Day, one of our favorite, I don't know lah. Okay, I won't say favorite. That seems to be a bad idea. But he's really like an artist that really inspires me. Someone like, yeah, like I think Yancy and I, we both have this experience. Like when he sends us updates on email. It's like, did you see this? It's so good. That's the kind of response that we have working with him. And I can assure all of you that it's like, this is not super exceptional also. Like, in Singapore, there's so many talented artists and they're all just, we just need to kind of keep our eyes open and keep a lookout for them and, try to support them in their careers throughout, no matter what. And yeah, so, okay.
Yeah, Alan is like so fast with how he draws. Like, even I think there was like last year, we have SG, we went for Singapore Comic Con, so we were boothing for that, and we actually invited Alan down for like a book signing. So what he was doing also, in addition to his signings, he was drawing like little cards of illustrations that he would just like finish in like, I don't know, like 1 minute, like it's like a cute little drawing. And he had like a small stack of it that he drew. And he didn't draw, he didn't have like any prior sketch or anything, he just drew directly with markers on like a card, which to me always like, I just love seeing that happen with artists, because I myself, I'm super, I get super,
Alan's online. Alan's on the chat.
Oh no, but it was really good. But Alan, it was really good because I don't know, I get very scared when I don't have like line art down, like when I have a pencil sketch and then I draw on top of it with a marker. I don't know, for Alan, right, I just found it that you were like so brave with just drawing immediately, and it's really fast also. So that also, it was already for simple sketches like that, and that he can translate it into his work as well with that same kind of speed and not losing out on quality. And I think that's really amazing. That's something that he can do with all his works.
Yeah, and yeah, I think, okay, so right now we're in the last, we're going to start wrapping up this session. So this is, Alan's in the chat, by the way. So those of you who are fans of his work, really give the guy a thumbs up, man. He's one of Singapore's, he's a huge talent. Definitely someone to watch if he keeps producing at the rate that he's been doing. So, I think, there's so much to look forward to and so much to kind of keep up with in terms of our local comic artists and local publishers as well. And then so I think closing comments. The last thing I guess we want to say with the Making Comic Books session is we hope that you guys will stay in touch with us. We're a book company, we deal with physical products and we tend to do our events. We do a lot of events face to face, like schools and whatnot. But in this time, we're trying to reach out to more people online. So if you are tuned in today, please, go and check out our social media channels. We post pretty often, and we're trying to get better at it. And we really appreciate any feedback that you have. You can leave feedback in the Buy Singlit survey form, which I will paste it in the chat afterwards. And also stay in touch with all your favorite comic events and comic creators online. We've got Singapore Comic Con. We have artists. You can go to Comix.sg to see all the different artists that have online platforms. So do check them out. And BNC, you got any last words?
I think I'm good. Yeah, I think I'm okay.
Yeah, okay. So thanks so much everyone for being here today. I'm going to pause my mom to say bye to everyone as well.
Bye-bye. Thanks for participating.
Yeah, so okay. The next session is going to be with Singapore Comic Con. We'll be back in a couple, 2 minutes. So bye guys.
Bye. See you soon.
Real soon in 2 minutes. Okay, we are live again. Wow.
Wow.
Yeah. I love how like I've been sitting in this chair the whole day.
Magic.
Yeah. Okay, so today's should I remove Yuka? Sorry about that. Okay.
No worries.
Okay. Yeah, today we have Baek Hyung with us from Singapore.
Hi.
Yeah, so super glad to have you guys with us. We've been
Thank
working together
you.
the last few weeks, and I saw that like Comic Con has a whole lot of new initiatives coming up.
Yep.
You can tell us a bit.
Yeah. Hi everyone. My name is Baek Hyung, and I'm from SG Comic Con, and I'm here today to answer questions about Singapore Comic Con. So a little bit of self-intro to begin. I've been working on Singapore Comic Con for about 4 years or so. And funnily enough, my role kind of changes every year. And so, yeah, I've been doing a little bit of everything that goes into putting the show together every year. So in that sense, you can call me the jack of all trades and the master of none. Or maybe more eloquently in the local parlance, the Sai Kang warrior. Don't know if I'm allowed to say that, but oh well. Okay, so speaking of doing just about everything on the show, would you know it, I also used to be an adventurer, but then I took an arrow in the knee, and that's how I ended up hosting this first and so far only scheduled session of Ask Me Almost
It's just like
the Singapore Comic Con edition. I'm sorry for the lame jokes. And to tell you the truth, doing this kind of thing is really difficult for me because I'm more comfortable doing the behind the scenes stuff. So, like looking at myself, talking to the black mirror, it's all kind of weird, and having it all broadcast out to the deep dark void of the internet. And honestly, I would much rather get myself into a boneyard match with the Undertaker so I can just jump into the hole in the ground. And but then an arrow's an arrow, a job's a job, a duty's a duty, and a Sai Kang warrior is a Sai Kang warrior. So I'm just gonna grit my teeth and grind my way through this. But but after all this is over, I shall have my vengeance in this life for the next. I'm just kidding. I just needed to throw out a reference to Gladiator in his 20th anniversary. Yeah. Okay. So, anyways, and moving on. First, I would like to thank Asiapac Books for inviting Singapore Comic Con to be a part of SINGLIT COMICS DEN this weekend. I really hope we'll be able to contribute some meaningful content for this session, and that you don't have to regret your decision.
Hola. There's no regret. Actually, this is a very casual and chill session. Like we I think you guys in the audience, really, this is a super open space.
Yeah.
Like, just drop your comments. Do you like his t-shirt? I mean, like feel free to just jump in with random questions and comments.
It's not yet for sale yet, but we will try and make it happen. Anyway, as for I don't know the 7 of you who's watching right now out there, I would just like to thank you guys for taking time off from Netflix and joining us this afternoon. And in case anyone has missed this, this is Ask Me Almost Anything kind of session. So yeah, please feel free to ask us your questions in the comments wherever you're watching from. Okay, I'm also pleased to let everyone know that we have an exciting guest joining us later today. The wonderful and talented, I got to plug this for her. The wonderful and talented Miss Artist, Illustrator, and Entrepreneur, Miss Samaragan at Samara Sketch, will be with us later on at 5:30 p.m. So for those of you who actually tune in to catch Sam, feel free to put me on mute for now and do the more important things in life, like ordering dinner from Mac, getting a haircut, or cutting your nails. Yeah, again, I have to apologize. This is my coping mechanism. But anyways, speaking of cutting stuff, this is, like I said, a question and answer session. Mm-hmm. So let's cut to the chase, segue, and get cracking on the questions.
Yes.
So the first question that we have today, what is SGCC? SGCC, of course, stands for Singapore Comic Con. The event started live as the Singapore Toy Game Comic Convention, I believe in 2008. But over the years, as I'm sure most of you will know, geekdom or fandom has really risen from being a kind of niche area in pop culture to becoming the main thing in pop culture, along with the MCU and the DC and Warner kind of films and TV series. So for us, we felt it was also time to refresh the show and its content. That's the reason why we decided to do a rebranding exercise last year. So we ended up calling ourselves Singapore Comic Con. And moving forward, we hope to bring you more exciting content in the years to come. So Singapore Comic Con is also part of the ReadPop family of shows. And ReadPop does shows like New York Comic Con, Star Wars Celebrations, and PAX. And admittedly, while we are probably nowhere near that level today, we want to grow up and be like them someday. So that is what Singapore Comic Con is about. So the next question I have, why SGCC and not SCC? SCC is shorter and easier. Well, this one's easy for me. I think we went with SGCC because we didn't want to impinge on the good name of our dear friends over at the Singapore Comics community, also known as SCC. I mean, today is about Singlit, right? And I feel it's important to highlight this element of the fan circle as well, which makes up the entire ecosphere. So I have no idea if SCC is watching right now, but here's a shout out to the guys, Myron, Amran, Amir, Kadir, and Christopher. I've been working with these guys for the past 3 or 4 years, and I have to say they are some of the most dedicated comic book lovers that I know. And to be honest, I think in general, we need more readers. I think like Ling Ying was talking about this as well. We need more readers, period. And comic books are a good place to start reading. So I will encourage anyone to just, check out the SCC Facebook group, learn about comics, read comics, find out where to start, and kind of, and once you have compiled a reading list, bring that reading list to your local book retailer or even shop online at the local stores to get your comics, because it is a difficult time for everyone. And if you're able to, hopefully you can support your local retailers as well. Yeah, and yeah, so that's the reason why we went with SGCC instead of SCC. What does SGCC have to do with Singlit Den? That's the next question that I've gotten. Well, speaking from my own point of view, personally, I believe if we are going to call ourselves Singapore Comic Con, then it's really important that we have that Singapore side of things as a core part of the show, I think having local pride in our own creators, our own writers, artists, homegrown brands and businesses, these are the things that will give the show its identity. And you can go to New York Comic Con, you can go to San Diego or whatever, but once you have that local element as your anchor, I believe that's something that you won't be able to find elsewhere. And that's why I feel, Singapore Comic Con is really a good platform to help showcase and highlight local talents and communities. Yep. Okay, next question. What has SGCC done to support the local fan and creative community so far? Okay, I know there are going to be people out there who may be questioning, does Comic Con even support the local communities? And today I would like to set the record straight that yes, we do, in what means that we can pull off. We do try and support the local fan and creative communities. So when it comes to fan activity, right, I mentioned the SCC, Singapore Comics Community, just now. What we want to do with these core key fan groups in Singapore is to encourage them or support them to bring their content to the show itself, to Singapore Comic Con itself. So besides SCC, we have worked with the local Singapore Star Wars fan groups. So here's a shout out to 501st and the Mandalorians, Krennic Clan, Rebel Legion, and Fight Saber as well. And if you guys were watching the Sacred Guardian session just now at 2 o'clock, yeah, there is actually a really fantastic tokusatsu cosplay fan group in Singapore. They're called Tokukos. And so a shout out to Tommy Z and gang as well. So that's on the fan community side. And in terms of local creators, over the years, we have tried to bring in more of our local talents as guests to Comic-Con. And for example, last year, if you were at the show last year, you would have seen Hong Teng, Ko Hong Teng. This is plugging his book. This is one of his publications done with Oh Yong Wee. So we kind of had Hong Teng over at Singapore Comic-Con as a guest, and rather than just trying to do something usual with Hong Teng, we tried to come up with something different. So last year, he was going to release this graphic novel called The Assassin, a book that he did with the writer Mickey Lin. So the original concept for the book involves like a really long Chinese ink scroll painting kind of graphic novel. So the whole graphic novel would kind of run across the whole entire length. And what we did with him was to kind of like get some sample images of this scroll artwork and put it around our creative space, kind of a workshop space, and then to do it as kind of like the exhibition itself. And now to fulfill some marketing duties. If you go over to our website, singaporecomiccon.com, and click on this banner called Creators Corner, you will be able to see a sampling of the artwork that we have put up on the webpage. We've also tried to work with local talents like Muffin Saw, who kindly collaborated us to do this artwork for our program guide last year, as well as a t-shirt. And I think how we see ourselves moving forward in terms of like supporting local talent is finding ways and other means to kind of like put them on a platform and showcase them up to the wider world. And that's about local talents. And of course, I would say we aren't perfect so far, definitely, in what we have done. But over the 4 years that I have been working on Comic-Con, I think we have made decent progress in supporting our local talent, and may this continue. And a couple of things we did last year, we hope will give us more direction to push this initiative forward. So right now, I'm going to talk a bit about the Work in Progress program that we launched last year, as well as the creative space. Hi Basil, as well as the creative space. Okay, so what is the Work in Progress program, or WIP? We love our acronyms, right? WIP is a program that we launched in 2019, and what we wanted to do here with this program really is to be the platform or link between aspiring creators as well and the so-called professional publishing industry. And the spark that we kind of pushed us to start this was over the years we've been getting a lot of fan feedback from creators or people who want to do art. They were asking us, do you have like more in-depth session, masterclass, workshops that can, let me learn more about certain skills and help me to take the next step in my creative journey. And that was really what we wanted to do with the Work in Progress program. And what happens during the program is a few months before Singapore Comic-Con, we did an open call for submissions for comic books proposals, really, according to a set of criteria that we came up with. And you could be, basically anyone could submit as long as you could meet the proposal criteria, which was basically one cover page and 5 comic book pages. And you could be from an art school, you could be an arts graduate, you could be just someone doing arts in your free time and then trying to, get published, or you could even be a professional. And so once we've gotten all these submissions, we would pass it over to publishers that we had roped in to join the program. So Asiapac Books was one of the publishers, and Shogakukan in Asia as well. And the publishers, we're very thankful for them. They would look through all the submissions and give their individual feedback and opinion on the submissions. And I think in anyone's either professional life or personal life, getting feedback is such an important thing. And and so we would pass on the feedback back to the creators, where it's just a simple link between us, like connecting them to really professional advice that I think a lot of people out there would really appreciate. And if the publishers are really interested to are really interested in certain projects, we will arrange a face-to-face meeting between publisher and creator, and this will take place at the Comic-Con itself. Later on, Samara is going to join us. She did take part in this program, and that is something I would talk to her about and share her experience with. So that's about it for work in progress. What is the creative space then? Sorry, I every time I talk about these two things, I kind of have to laugh because I always joke that it is our content producer, Paul's, he started this kind of idea, and it's just him trying to live vicariously through this experience, because he always tells me, like, back in the day when he was doing more art, he always wished for some professional guidance on how to make it as a professional. So there's a shout out to you, Paul. Okay, back to the creative space. So the creative space is this closed door area on the SGCC, SG Comic Con show floor, where we would hold more in-depth sessions, whether it is with our invited guests or with other people. And the aim of it is really to have these packed as knowledge sharing sessions. So at Singapore Comic Con, usually when we do main stage panels, most of the topics will be more of the, for the general audience. But with the creative space, what we wanted to do really was to have more in-depth discussions. So for example, if you know Greg Capullo, he is one of the most popular Batman artists working right now. He was at the creative space to share his thought process behind the iconic images that he's most well known for. And we also had the stalwart of the local book retailing industry, Mr. Kenny Chan, my ex-boss, Mr. Kenny Chan. He moderated a session with the work in progress publishers and other publishers that happen to be in town, for example, Viz Media. So and in that session, they were giving a lot of tips and advice on how to get your work noticed by publishers, for example, how to market yourself, how to contact bookstores and get your books out there, basically. So I think that's a valuable advice for anyone. I think, like Ling Ying was saying, marketing is such a challenge in the local circles, especially when most of the funds you have is putting into getting the product out itself. But I'm sure there are tips and tricks. The tips and tricks from the professionals would really help in that aspect. And just one last example of what went on at the creative space, we had the Rolling Ronins, a local comics drawing group, just to help them plug their stuff. So Jerry from Rex Regrets and Benjamin Chi, this is one of his short graphic novels that he did. Go out and buy them if you can. So the Rolling Ronins were with us at the creative space to talk about how to self-publish works. And in this day and age, really, self-publishing is a very viable avenue. And I think that's something that we all need to learn as well. So so once again, if you want to find out more about these programs, please like us on Facebook and follow us on Instagram at SG Comic Con. Also visit our website, www.singaporecomiccon.com, to visit the Creators Corner webpage. We have put up some samplings of submissions that were given to us for work in progress as well. And also a bit more information about the creative space. So yeah, do look out for that. Okay. And okay, the next question that I have is, what else is SG Comic Con doing to or has done to support the local creative and fan communities? Thanks for Ling mentioning just now. We have started a number of initiatives recently, and the one I'm most excited to talk about, at least, is the Artists in Residence initiative that we are currently running over at our Instagram page. And we know this circuit breaker period is pretty difficult for everyone, not just creators, but everyone just having to stay at home and all that. And what we wanted to do with our friends from the Artist Alley is to invite them to tell their stories over our Instagram page as well. So we asked them, can you just take us for a peek behind the curtains, find out about your creative process, even the kind of workspace you have, the tools you use, your current projects, and basically it's kind of like trying to know more about the person behind the artist. And I would just like to mention a few of the artists who have done the takeover so far. I found that I've learned a lot of things from them. So the first one who did the takeover on our Instagram page, that is the Art of KJ, Kang Jing. Kang Jing is a local comic artist, and he's the mastermind behind the original martial arts comic series called The World My Arena. I haven't had a chance to check it out yet, but it looks really interesting, and the fact that he's inspired by Jin Yong and he's also named after Guo Jing, gives me a lot of hope that this is going to be a fantastic series. And maybe one day it can even be our Feng Yun or something. So do check out Art of KJ for updates on his work. And another artist who did a takeover with us, that was popular Filipino artist PJ. I think the one interesting thing that I learned from the stories that he was telling was he does some pretty cool Power Ranger illustrations, and one of his works rocked the virtual wave last year on Power Rangers, and it got so much attention that it even attracted the attention of Austin St. John, who was the original Red Saban Ranger. And this led to a collaboration between them, and then he came up with this Red Samurai Ranger concept, which when I saw the illustration, it really blew my mind. That is fantastic. So do check out PJ's work as well. And the third artist who's taken over our Insta story so far is, of course, Samara at Samara Sketch Again. Please follow her on Instagram. We will have her join us very soon, and that's when I'll answer a few more questions about this as well. And finally, even as we speak right now, the Curious Unicorn, also known as Hammy, is running a takeover on our Insta stories right now. So do go over to SG Comic Con to check out her Insta story. It's really pretty interesting and cool to find out more about this other side of the artist. So yeah, please support them. And even just a simple follow on their own pages is really a way for them to market and increase their audience base as well. Is Samara here already? Hello.
Hi.
Hi.
Sorry, I ran into some technical difficulties earlier.
It's okay. Thank you for jumping in to save me from this living nightmare.
Oh, don't say that. You're doing pretty well.
Thank you so much.
Yeah, what's
How are
up?
you today?
I'm pretty good, I guess. Yeah. I've been working on some art stuff before I came in.
Okay.
So yeah, like drawing a lot, stuff like that. How
Uh-huh.
are you?
Surviving so far, I would say. Yeah, but would you want to do just a bit of a self-intro to the audience out there right now?
Yeah, sure. Hi everyone. I'm Samara from Samara Sketch. I am 24 this year. I'm Singaporean. I do art. I illustrate a lot of stuff. Recently, I've been working on this comic together with the people at the Fandom Menace. We are releasing this new comic book anthology called Singer Heroes, and it's a collection of different superheroes based in Singapore. So it'll be really interesting. Lots of different types of heroes inspired by Singaporeans. So yeah, you guys can, you know, take a look at that. Yeah, it's on Kickstarter right now. Singa Heroes.
That's cool. Do you want to talk a bit more about the project you're doing on Singer Heroes? Scale Mill and Ixora?
Yeah, so like currently the story that I'm working on is Scale Mill and Ixora's story. So these two female characters are like super cool. They are teenagers and they are inspired by basically every Singaporean teenager ever. You know, they have a lot of like troubles with school, they have troubles with making friends. But like what's interesting about this particular story that I'm working on with them is like currently I'm doing like a little 8-page mini comic, and in this particular one, Ixora is, you know, learning about her powers. She's only just gotten to become Ixora recently, so like she's learning how to figure things out, you know, and she doesn't really know her own strength, and she's worried that she might become evil, you know, and so like you get to see a lot of interactions between Skimmer and Ixora, kind of some hints about where they got their powers from, how they help people, the kind of people that they help, and you get to see them fight bad guys. You get to see them fight bullies, and I thought that was pretty cool, pretty nice to draw, to be able to draw that. So yeah.
Yeah, that's awesome. So guys, Singer Heroes, the project is currently on Kickstarter, right? So go back the project. They need your support Singlit. And yeah, and Sam, I was talking about the work in progress program last year, and I know you were one of the participants. Would you like to share your experience taking part in the program?
Okay, so the funny story is the WIP program, actually I knew about it long before the deadline, but I only decided to join the program like about, I think it was only a couple of weeks before the deadline, and it was like I don't know, it was a bad decision to jump in so late. But like at first I was like, you know, I just got my first full-time job. You know, I graduated from school at that time when it was announced. And then like I was also tabling at SG Comic Con. And then like I thought that I had a lot on my plate. So I didn't want to like join something new and like have to like prepare all sorts of things for it, and like add on to my stress. But then the more I thought about it, the more I was like, this sounds like a very interesting project, and it's gonna force me to actually like work on a full story thing. And like I haven't had something to motivate me to do something like that yet. You know, like I've been working on like pages of stuff, but like never really something cohesive, like a full story, and never a story that I really wanted to tell, that I had like full creativity over. Full freedom over like the creative process and everything. So like I was very, very excited, but I only like felt like, okay, like I wanted to join, like I only felt that I think it was like 3 weeks before the deadline, and I just like chonged so hard. There was a part where like a long period where there was like a creative block. Like I didn't know what kind of like story I wanted to tell. I kind of knew the like more or less what it was, but not the full story. And I struggled a lot to get it together. But there was this one day when I worked like all day. Like I woke up, I brushed my teeth, I had my breakfast, and immediately it was just like boom, go into working, go into like drawing, and I just like drew the whole day. And my arm was like kind of sore by the end of the day. And the next day I had to like stick like goyok on it and like all that.
Oh no.
It was really funny.
Oh, no.
But yeah, it was a really fun experience because like I learned a lot about comic paneling, doing things that I wasn't very used to doing, being out of my comfort zone and all that. Yeah. And the funny thing is actually, so like I submitted this, right? I submitted it on time. And like I didn't think that the publishers were gonna like give me feedback or like give me comments or anything, because there wasn't anything said about it. And it was only until the day, like exactly the day before SGCC, the actual event, that I received an email from SGCC's team that some publishers had some comments and like they would like to talk to me. And like I was very surprised lah. But then I only got to know about the email after SGCC was over. So
I'm sorry.
no. It's like it was just me because like I was like really anxious about tabling at the con, and like I didn't like read my emails the day before. I was like, no, just focus, just prepare everything, like don't think too much. But like, in the end, like I just missed out on the email and I missed out on the opportunity to meet the publishers. But the interesting thing was that like even though I didn't meet the publishers and I didn't like manage to take this to like so-called the next level with them, it still managed to help me like get a couple of gigs. So like the Singer Heroes comic, I mean they were interested in the things that I've been doing, the Fandom Menace. They were interested in my works, and they've been seeing my illustrations, but they've never seen me do like a comic book illustration before, like the paneling, the art, and all that. So they wanted to see like a sample, and turns out the WIP program, the couple of pages that I made, like it kind of like convinced them that I was up to the task.
Cool.
So yeah, like you never know whatever things that you do, like how it will come back and like help you out in the future. So yeah.
So did you what did you think of the comments that you got? Have you had the chance to kind of digest them? Do you think it's helped your work from then to now? From the publishers?
So like something that I felt really helped was this one comment. I can't remember which publisher it came from. They actually never mentioned like which publisher it was. But like one of them said that the stories felt very generic. Like they weren't set like okay. So like just some background. The story that I created was a superhero comic story, and it's about this girl called Solaris, and she has like powers of the sun, right? And she's struggling with her own insecurities about being a superhero, about being a teenager, struggling with school, struggling with life, blah blah blah. And the main gripe that I had throughout the whole thing was that her story was set in this very fictional environment, right? Like what we know about her is she is from this like city, this like very generic city. You don't really know where exactly she's from.
Don't be too hard on yourself.
But no, like seriously, like you don't really know like a lot about her. Like she doesn't feel real, and that's something that when I thought about it, I was like, yeah, that's kind of true, like you have a point there. So when I worked on the Singer Heroes comic, I was very conscious about setting the characters in places, in like situations that felt real. So I was very lucky because my writer Ryan Menon, who from the Fandom Menace, when he wrote the story, he already had places in mind that he wanted to feature, like Canvas, the club, and like Current Hill, CC, places like that, like set in Singapore. But like I wanted to take that further by setting the characters like with their outfits, the people that you meet in the comic, that they wore things that you felt were very human, like very real. Like you would meet them when you go out on the streets in Singapore, to like kind of like make that thing more realistic in that sense. So yeah, definitely the critique from the publishers really, really helped, because I became more conscious about the thought processes that went behind making all these comics. And yeah, and I think my work has improved. I think well,
don't be modest.
I've been told it has improved. I sure hope it has. So yeah.
Yeah, I think you mentioned a bit just now about how you only got the feedback like on the day itself or the day before, and really that's our bad. It was the first time we're doing this project as well, this program as well. So moving on,
it's
I
really
hope
fine.
No. I mean, moving on just for everyone's benefit. We can tighten the things that we do, and hopefully others can benefit from this program as well.
Yeah, like I would totally hope to be able to do something like that again, because it was like really fun. The fact that I had like a whole drawing marathon and all that, like it was an experience, definitely. Yeah, I would highly recommend to anyone who has any like story ideas, just like do it, Yeah. You never know what might come out of it.
Yep. do or do not. There is no try, right?
There is no try.
Okay. We had some questions from SGC fans that we hope you can help with. I think you might be a more suitable person to answer some of these questions. So the first one that we have was, what kind of programs or tools do you use to do your artwork?
So I draw digitally, and what I use is Clip Studio Paint. So it's kind of like Photoshop, but it doesn't have that kind of like painting capabilities that Photoshop is known for. So what Clip Studio Paint has instead is like the inking capabilities are a lot better. They're a lot smoother. When I use Clip Studio Paint, it feels like it's easier, a lot easier than Photoshop. Like I feel like Photoshop has too many like extra stuff that I don't actually play with. But Clip Studio Paint, like it has a lot of resources. For example, like comic book paneling. Like they have these like templates that you can use. They have like rulers that are easily accessible. Perspective grids and all of that, which I don't actually use, but then I'm trying to learn how to do it. And they have patterns, like clothing patterns. So like this is like a hack or like a tip, like when I'm lazy, I basically just like drag and drop a little pattern into the clothes. So like,
I feel you.
Yeah, I know. So like a t-shirt doesn't just look like a t-shirt. It can look like a checkered shirt. Like it's just like a drag and drop kind of thing. So like it really helps in those times. And as for hardware, I use a regular laptop. I use a Asus, I don't know what the model is, but it's like very regular. It's not even a gaming laptop, so it doesn't have that kind of capabilities. And I use a Wacom in Duos Pro. Yeah.
Okay.
So
do you actually do any drawing or sketches on like pen and paper, pencil and paper kind of thing as well?
Yeah, I do, but I actually suck at them. Because like there's only so far you can go without Control Z. So yeah, I'm not as good. But I'm trying my best to improve. Like when there are like these like what do you call them? Like events like Inktober and all of that, where like they encourage you to pick up like an actual like traditional pen and like do like your traditional drawing. So like I am trying to pick those things up as I go along. But I think like starting from a digital art background, I've never had any like actual formal art classes or art lessons. Like everything I do, I learn by myself, and I learn using the digital pen and tablet. So like it's a lot harder for me to pick up traditional, because traditional is where all your like foundations are and everything. So I'm still trying to figure things out, So but don't worry. It's like if you're not good at like traditional, it's fine. It doesn't mean you have to be bad at digital as well. Just do you, like do what makes you feel good.
Yeah, I guess there are plenty of options right now. If you can't do the, like you said, the traditional type, there's always the digital avenue as well. And okay, the next question that we got from one of a fan is, how long does it take to complete making a comic book? Would you have done?
It's a bit hard to answer that question because like it really depends. It depends on how fast I can come up with layouts, how familiar I am with the characters, whether or not I need to do research, actually, people think that drawing a comic book, drawing a comic page is all about, just putting the pen to paper and like just you do it, then that's it, right? But actually a lot of research goes behind it. Like especially when I'm doing action scenes, I try to look at, how other comic book artists have been drawing action scenes. I pick up like DC comic graphic novels, read through the books that I love the most, take a look at how they draw action, how they draw like from one motion to the other, how it transitions and all that, and how they panel things, the kind of mood that it creates. So it's a lot more research than you would think you'd have to do. And especially, like I mentioned earlier, I've been trying to create more like realistic clothing, realistic like locations and stuff. And those require a lot of references as well. So yeah, a lot of research goes into those. So like I really can't tell you like how long it takes. But I guess it could take from like 3 hours to a whole day, or even
Yeah.
more if it's more complicated. Yeah, especially if you have to draw backgrounds. Backgrounds are a pain to me. I know some people are like really good at backgrounds. But like to me, it's like trying very hard to avoid them. Don't
But you
tell
can't
my
escape,
my
right?
yeah. So
Yeah, just to add on to what you were talking about, it's based on what I know as well. It really depends on a lot of factors when it comes to the length of time taken to make a comic book. I was listening to the Sacred Guardians session just now, as well as the Elizabeth Choy comic book session. And really, I mean, like you mentioned, the research that goes into making the comic book itself is part of the work, and that itself can take a long time. And
yeah.
then you have to do your character sketches, your character designs, come up with backstories, and even do research into how to do the backgrounds and things like that. So yeah. So like you mentioned, Sam, it really depends on how fast the artist work. Is he or she working with a writer, for example, who can provide all these details, and then the artist is draw, or is the artist, kind of like doing everything by herself? So yeah, I mean, in short, there is probably not a very good answer to this. It really depends on the kind of work that you're doing. Yep.
Yeah, but
Okay.
definitely like with every comic book page that you do, you kind of have to plan in advance in order to, cut down on time. Like you would think that, not having to do sketches would mean that you can save time, but then like sometimes sketches really help, especially when you're doing the line art stage, when you're inking it, when you're coloring it. You want to have a feel of the structure of the characters, the feel of the space first before you even go in and like cement things. So yeah, a lot of planning goes behind the scenes, and like it really depends on the art style as well, and how fast you can do it. Like I used to take like a whole day just to draw the line art for like a character, but then like over time, as I've practiced and all that, it gets a lot faster. It gets a lot easier because you have this set of like rules, as a set of steps that you apply like very easily. It's just like a machine and all that. So yeah, it really depends.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay. The next question is really directed towards you. So this fan Jess has watched your interview on CNA that you did, I think, a couple of months back, and he asked if doing that interview has helped you to bring in a different audience to your artwork. For example, like people that is from a different crowd and not your usual comics crowd. And also, did you get any new and unexpected opportunities from doing that interview?
Okay. So it's a very long question.
I'm sorry, I can repeat if you need.
Okay, let me see if I got this right. Let me know if there's any part of the question I'm not answering, because that was a really long question. But basically, the CNA interview, it definitely opened up a lot more opportunities, I guess. But like it's kind of like invisible to you in a sense that you don't know whether someone else has watched it and is interested in commissioning you for art until they make the action. And sometimes people like see the interview and then they are like, oh, okay, so this person exists. There's this person called Samara who does drawings, and they just like have it in the back of their mind. But then it's only like maybe a couple of months later, a year later, 2 years later. Okay, maybe not 2 years, because like it's the interview is still fresh. But anyway, a couple of months later, then they're like, oh yeah, like I need this thing done, and like I remember like last time I heard on CNA there's this person called Samara. What a weird name, but like this person draws comics, and like I can get this person to do this stuff. And yeah, also it works really differently, but it definitely opens up to like a wider audience, as you mentioned, because as with comics, and illustration, not a lot of people would know about the artists behind the scenes or the writers behind the scenes, and it's always great to be able to share and bring this to a wider audience. Yeah, I would say that. Yeah, was that the question? Was there something else?
Yeah, I think you pretty much caught on to it. Basically, I think Jess was just asking, did you attract a different crowd from your usual, fans? And I think you mentioned that you did. That there were some opportunities as well that could have arose from that. But like you mentioned, it's something that you don't really know for sure, because it's broadcast and it goes out there. And well, you said your name is weird, but I guess it's memorable as well.
I guess so. Like, how many people in Singapore are named Samara? Like what?
But that's a marketing tool in itself.
I know, right?
Yeah, good one. So we do have a comment or question that came in just now. So it goes like this: how do you generate your own ideas for characters or for the story itself?
Oh, that's a very good question. So in terms of like original characters, because like these come from everywhere, in every project there will definitely have to be original characters that you have to bring in, even though the characters that you're drawing, the main characters might not be yours. So like for example, Skillmill and Exora, like Skillmill and Exora have been there even long before I came into the picture, and my job was basically to draw their story. But then in their story, there are some side characters who make appearances. These characters may or may not have names, right? For example. So like when it comes to these characters, my rule of thumb is to develop them based on characters, on people in real life that I know, because I want them to feel realistic. I want them to feel like everyone would know someone like that. I don't know if that comes across in my drawings, but the point is that whenever I create a character, I base it off of someone that I know in real life. It might not be a friend, it might not be someone that I know closely, but maybe someone in the back of my mind. Like for example, if I'm drawing a scene in the market and I have like a auntie at the market stall, then I'll just think back about the auntie or the aunties that I've met in the past, who've had that kind of like whom I've had like experiences with, like talking to, like how they act, how they draw, how they dress. Why did I say draw? Anyway, yeah. So like I usually base off of them, and then like sometimes I like to like insert little cameos of my friends in my comics. Draw my friend as like a Jedi, like draw my friend as like someone in the background, like watching and judging people, stuff like that. Yeah, it helps to make things feel more realistic in a sense. But when it comes to like aspirational characters, characters that I create, like for example, Solaris, Galatea, and Vermino or Roachman. You can read more about it in my WIP summation.
I really like that character.
Thank you. Yeah, so like these characters were based more on existing superhero archetypes. Solaris is the ideal superhero, the person who when you think of superheroes, you're supposed to think of someone like her. Like she embodies those ideals. But like give it a twist, like instead of her being happy all the time, saving people, think about like what are her insecurities, what could be her weaknesses, think about the character psychology. So like the more people you meet in real life, the more people you come across, the more people you speak to, the more inspiration you would get out of their motivations, what makes them, stuff like that. Am I answering the question? I hope I am.
Yeah, I think you are. I mean,
yeah. So like, yeah, just go out and meet people. Yeah.
Okay, there is a question that came up for me, so I'll try and answer this one. Will Singapore Comic Con be doing a virtual version of Mini Comic Con, as some other convention organizers are doing now? Okay, for SG Comic Con right now, we are still scheduled to have the show on 5th and 6th December 2020 at Marina Bay Sands. But of course, we all know this is a very difficult time, and the situation is changing by the week. So we are keeping tabs on the situation. And of course, thinking about digital or virtual is something I think pretty much all event organizers are thinking about. So hopefully we can put something together on that front as well. if you want, just please like our Facebook, follow us on Instagram, or subscribe to our EDM so that you can get the latest news as and when we have them. Yeah, so that is the question I have to tackle.
Yeah, I've done all of the above. I have signed up for the newsletter. I've liked all the social media platforms.
Okay. Maybe I'll just ask one. Okay, you recently did this Insta story takeover on our Instagram, and I really enjoyed one of the answers you gave. I think the question was something along the lines of what tips do you have for an artist on developing their own art style? So can you share with us your advice on that? Because I thought that was really quite lovely.
Sure, definitely. So like, first of all, like this question is being asked around like all the time. And I think like what it exposes is like this insecurity that whatever we do, whatever we are drawing right now is not great, that is not great enough as like all these other artists who have their own styles and all that. So like I totally feel that, because like a couple of years ago when I was, you know, like drawing, like still developing as an artist, I still am, but like, you know, way back then, I was also trying very hard to like find my own style. Like I always thought that, you know, finding my own style is like something that I have to keep working on, that like I won't be satisfied until I get there. But then something that I've come to realize was that finding your own art style is not something that you can force. Yeah, it's your art style is actually a composite, or like a combination of all the different artists whom you have drawn inspiration from, all the different things that you've drawn inspiration from, and it says a lot about you as a person, the kind of things that you read, the kind of things, media that you consume, what you like, what you don't like, rather than something that, you just force upon yourself, you know? Art style is something that develops naturally as you draw more, you learn from people, from art pieces that you like. So something that I realized that helped me was looking at things that other people have been drawing. So like, for example, I have a lot of favorite comic book artists, like Babs Tarr, like Jorge Jimenez, Emanuela Lupacino, all of these people who draw really, really well. And like, I want to draw things like them, but I didn't know that, you know, they could form a little like source of inspiration for me, like a point of reference. You know, I can take a look at their art, how they are drawing things, and then like look at it and ask myself, like, what is it about this piece that I really like? You know, like, is it the colors? Is it the use of the colors? Is it the way they draw with a darker line or something? And then try to apply it to what I'm drawing. Okay, so like the thing about doing fan art is that it helps in like giving you a template to work on. Like, you know this character very well, so you can just draw it off the top of your head. So like the best part about like using them as practice is that when you draw, you know, when you add on that art style from the other artists, you can kind of like tweak it a little bit as you go along, you know, like for example, like what I love about Babs Tarr's art is that the way she draws the body, the way she draws the characters, the lines and all that, like I try to mimic that, and I try to learn how to replicate it. But then after that, I realized that, oh, okay, so I've come to a point where I can replicate it, but it's hard. You know, I can never get to that level that Babs Tarr is getting to, which is totally fine. Like, it's totally fine. So what I do is I try to use some of what I've learned, like close my eyes, not think about it, and just apply it to my own drawing. And that is how I ended up with my own art style per se. So it's really about practicing.
Correct. I guess what you're saying is kind of like you start off with imitation of people that you really like to follow, and once you think you've got a grasp of it, but at the end of the day, you feel that you can't really master the imitation because it's not yours. So you kind of absorb all that you have learned into practicing that, and then in a way come up with your own different style, like those, you know, martial arts kind of thing.
Yeah, exactly.
And so all the lessons, right, and then you come up with your own original. comics, right? Yeah.
Yeah, and like even now I have different art styles that I use when I draw different characters. So like there isn't really one style that is me, you know, like they are all styles that would reflect the kind of tone that I want to set
Yeah.
with my work. So you like we shouldn't really think about art style as something that we have to hone, you know. It's more about like reflecting the kind of tone that you want your piece to present,
Yeah.
you know.
Yeah.
Yeah, stuff like that.
Okay. There are some questions for us, so I will look into it. How does SGCC decide on the guests, especially those from overseas for the event? Okay, there is no art or science behind it really. It also depends on the content producer for the particular year that we are doing the show. And of course, one of the things that we look out for is, of course, who is popular on a certain front, especially in your core Marvel and DC comic book world. But there are other considerations. For example, we feel there's a certain area that's gaining popularity. Is that an area that we want to kind of expand our audience on? For example, last year we branched out a bit into the web comics world. We had Sarah Anderson from Sarah Scribbles joining us as an invited guest, and it is just various considerations that goes into it. And of course, we talk to some fans like Singapore comics community. They will give us regular suggestions on who are the ones to bring in and all that. So we take inputs from all corners as well, and we try and decide and to bring guests in from overseas. And some of these guests, they really need a long booking time. So a lot of prep work goes into it as well. Like we were talking about doing, comic book research and all that. So in terms of inviting guests, we do need to do that kind of research as well. Next question that is for me, will SGCC do more collaboration with local educational institutions, especially those having courses on art, media, and games? That is definitely something that we have been working on over the past year or two. But to be honest, it is sometimes there are a few hurdles when it comes to working with educational institutions. So what we have done as a workaround sort of is to work with non-profit organizations. I guess you can call them that. For example, like the OIC, the Council of Illustrators. We try to work with them to come up with programs. Like I mentioned, the Rolling Ronins. So yeah, I mean, directly working with schools, there are some hurdles to cross, which is not the easiest one. But we find that it may be more beneficial for us to just work with the institutions for now. But definitely, we do want to get schools involved in some way, shape, or point, and Singapore Comic Con as well. We have about 3 minutes left. I am being told to plug some of our upcoming programs. Once again, you can follow us at SG Comic Con, Facebook, Instagram, and website. So coming up next week, right? Actually, we are gonna do a silent charity auction. We have worked with a number of our local talents and Artist Alley exhibitors to come up with some original sketches, and we will be auctioning these sketches or artwork to the public. And the funds that we raise will be going towards the Invictus Fund to support the COVID-19, efforts and our social agencies. So that is something that I think we'll be launching next week. And we are also going to do a feature series on local bookstores and retailers. These are some that you might not have heard of, but like I said, it's a difficult time for all businesses. So we hope everyone can support local retailers if you have the ability to as well. I think that's pretty much it from our end. Samara, do you have any last words of encouragement for aspiring artists and things like that?
Keep practicing. Really practicing is very important. Yeah, just do what you can. Yeah, but don't like force yourself.
Thank you very much for joining us
Thank
today,
you.
Samara, and it's a pleasure talking to you again. Thank you.
Yeah, thanks for having me. Thank you. Yeah, all the best, you guys. See you around.
Thank you. See you. Bye-bye. Do I have to answer any more questions? Okay.
Hey guys, so I'm just bringing, thank you so much to Baek Kyung and Samara for being on our show. Now I'm going to be doing the Comix.sg launch party. Okay, so what does that mean? Hey, Baek Kyung's still here. Sorry, I forgot to take you out. But anyway, yeah, like all the more. Okay, so today we have with us a couple of special guests. I'm just going to introduce first. So we have Alan with us. Next up, we're going to have Cult Gallery joining us as well. And then after that, we have webcomic creators, the Square Comics, and also Hainan Chicken. So, okay, first up, we have Alan here with us. Welcome, Alan.
Hello.
Yeah,
Hi
I
again,
wanted to show everyone what Comix.sg is. So for those of you who haven't seen it just yet, Comix.sg is a new project. It's a kind of side project for some of us at Asiapac Books. We wanted to create a website to document and profile all the local artists. You know, some of them we work with directly, and then some of them we kind of work with them in a more casual way. And these are people that are super talented, super driven and motivated, like Alan. And then, so that's a new project. And today we're launching the website, and we want to hear from you what you like to see from this website. Like, you know, it's really just a baby right now. We have a couple of comic artists profile there, but definitely there's a lot more we can do. More live stream, Zoom sharing sessions, combined store at Singapore Comic Con. Yeah, so do let us know in the comments if you have any questions, and especially questions for our guests. So Alan's going to be with us for 10 minutes. Alan, can you do a self-introduction for the benefit of those who haven't been tuned in since this morning? Sorry, not morning, afternoon.
Hi, I'm Alan. I'm a illustrator and a comic artist. So should I go directly into answering those questions?
Yeah, sure.
Okay,
I think,
yeah.
Please
About
go
how I
ahead.
become a comic artist. Okay, a long time ago when I was very young, like probably like in primary school, like primary 4 or 5, then I get to come across this comic book called Dragon Ball. Then I started reading it, started buying and reading it. Then sort of like halfway reading through it, I kind of have this thinking that I didn't really quite like how the story go. Then I was thinking like, oh, why don't I try like drawing, like continue drawing like what I think the story should continue. Then just started drawing on like the exercise book, and that's probably like my first experience as like drawing comic. Then after that, I actually became a video game artist, and I started working in a video games company. So it's sort of similar to drawing comic in a way that you have the power to create your own like your own universe with your own character, your own world. Yeah, so I was in a video game industry for about 10 years. Then probably about in the midst of it, I actually came across this organization. Well, I forgot what is it. I think it doesn't exist anymore. And they were doing this comic book publishing fund thingy. So I actually took part in it, and I was selected. So what we have to do is, I think every month we need to complete a chapter of the comic. Then they will compile it like I'm not sure is it a weekly or a monthly, like a sort of like anthology thingy. Then by the end of it, we will get to like print our own book. Sadly, I couldn't find my book somehow, but
Which
this
book?
was the
Ooh,
Atlas. This was
nice.
this book number 5. So it's like the chapter 5 of Everybody book, and it was published by Chuang Publishing, which was like a long time ago.
Yeah, Changi, I haven't heard that name in a long time.
Yeah, and I actually finished most of the chapter while I was doing my training back in Japan for like 6 months. So yeah, but while everybody was like there, like enjoying like sightseeing at Japan, I was like basically like every day after work, I'll be like going back to my dorm and like finishing up my comics.
This was training for game illustration. Or...
Yeah, I was like I was in Japan for like 6 months of training sent by the video games company. But then at the same time, like I was selected to do this. So yeah, I have to do this while I was in Japan.
Wow, that's interesting. How many years ago was that? Like how many years have you been pursuing this like illustration career?
So while I was still in the video game industry, I wasn't doing much comic. I think this is probably like the only comic book that I did. So I only started doing comic and illustration after I left and became like a freelance artist. So that's probably about 5 or 6 years now. So okay.
Yeah, so I think maybe for everyone's benefit, I'm also going to share your comic books with people. So for those who are not so familiar with Alan's work, which is, I mean, Alan has only been doing books for a couple of years now. This is his most recent illustrated book called Pioneers of Singapore. Fantastic illustrated volume chronicling like all the different pioneers in Singapore. And then also his new book that's coming out, Sacred Guardians. We were talking about this for really long today because it's a new book. It's coming out in the second half of this year, and it is a huge, exciting project for all of us involved. Alan, do you have any like kind of things you want to highlight about this comic book? Like say the character on the cover.
Okay, this is definitely probably the most challenging book that I have drawn so far, and I'm still drawing it. It's kind of unique, as in it have some element of history, like Asia history, and but it's still like a fantasy, fantasy.
Yeah,
fantasy
it's like a
story,
superhero story,
hero
right?
story, yeah.
Yeah, I mean, so for us, like working with Alan on this project, I think your artwork has kind of evolved. Like, say this is Once Upon a Singapore Trader. It's one of the earlier projects that we worked on in 2018, and this is very realistic. You know, drawing things that are around us, Chinatown scenes from olden Singapore. Yeah, and then going from that to Sacred Guardians, I was just like, wow, like you know the whole like the whole dynamic is very different. Like the way that you draw action, the way that you draw like all these fantastical characters is really nice. And yeah, I'm very curious to understand like, so what's your process like as an artist, like when you go from stories that are so different, like stories that are more day to day versus stories that are like wow, you know, like explosions, you know, like magical artifacts and all that. Like, what's your creative process like, and and you can also tell us like what's it like collaborating with different writers because you've done that a few projects so far.
Okay. How I draw, it kind of like because of the nature of my job, even in like back in the video games company, well, like the video games that like I get to do is like a very wide range from like very realistic 3D games to like cutesy mobile game. So like I have a lot of chance to like come across very various different style. And also after I become like a freelance illustrator, I have a lot of cases where client would come and find me to finish or to do a last minute thingy because the artist that they engage like somehow wasn't able to finish or wasn't able to fulfill. So I get the chance to like actually get to to see many different people's style and try to imitate their style. So in a way, like I'm exposed like to various different art style. Yeah. So yeah. So for example, like I would somehow get to draw like really cutesy stuff like is
Wow. Let me.
is like
That's
mouse pad. Yeah.
what? That's a mouse pad.
Yeah. It's
Oh, it's for
actually
NUS.
yeah, the pharmaceutical department. And also I've been doing a lot of illustration for children books. Okay, if you have primary school kids, you'll probably have seen this book.
Oh my god.
A healthy and active and healthy me, yeah. So it's a really different art style.
So
Okay,
cute.
yeah, and I also do like board game. So it's like another different kind of like art style.
Whoa, wait, can you show us? Oh, okay. That is, yeah. Can you tell us a bit more about this board game? It's a local project, right?
Yes, it's a local company called Capital Game Studio. So they do games more for I wouldn't say adults, but more with educational value maybe. Like for this, they teach about like finance and money. Okay, this cover is actually not drawn by me, but the character are, I think, yeah. Okay.
Cool. So talking about your, do you have other things to show us today?
Yeah, I just want to show one of the book that I was involved. It's called the Places. Okay, basically how this book came about is previously Gui, Dr. Gui, yeah, Gui. So he has this workshop, comic workshop thingy at the Tampines Library. So I joined. So in the end, like we came out with this book, and it's through this workshop that I actually get to know Tina, who was the writer for Traders. Yeah, so I actually asked her like if she's interested because she knows a lot of historical stuff. So I asked her whether she's like interested to like write a book, and yeah, and in the end we did.
Yeah, I still remember like when you came to our office, and then we were still, that was very early on.
Yeah.
And then when you came back with Tina, we were like, wow, I mean, she really knows a lot. Shout out to Tina if you're tuning in. Like, you know, we haven't been working with her so much these days, but you know, definitely one of like a really great researcher to work with. Yeah. So Alan, like showing us all these things, right? Can you tell us a bit about your setup? As in, you know, you have been producing a lot of different kinds of artwork, and like over the last few years, like entire books, this board game. Can you share with us a bit what's your kind of setup like, or your process like for the other younger artists out there?
If I'm like drawing for like a writer or a particular person and the person like have the manuscript, so I will like try to like understand the manuscript as much as possible. Like if you I think like communication is probably the most important thing here, especially if it's like a collaboration. So if you have anything you don't understand, you should like just ask like until you like both person have the same like settle on the same solution. And if I'm drawing comic for myself, usually I don't do like a proper manuscript. I'll just draw like very simple storyboard and like stick figure and bubbles and just write down like what text that will be used. And if it's usually for my own comic, I will usually draw the last page first so that I know what is the ending and it wouldn't like
Interesting.
forever. Yeah, this is usually what I'll tell people who have problem like finishing or writing a story is like to think of your ending first. Like what ending do you want? What does your character become by the end of the story? Then you should slowly work your way like to the beginning of it. I think that will be a lot easier.
Yeah, I
Yeah.
think in comics also, you
Mm.
don't want to run out of energy by the last page. You want the last page to be like,
Yeah,
something
yeah.
that really has that visual impact. So it's a
Mm.
good idea actually to work on the last page earlier rather than only at the end.
Yeah, yeah.
Yeah.
And
So
also
Alan,
start small, like probably like you try to finish it within like 8 pages of 12 pages, and you should draw something that you like. I think that's a very strong motivating factor. Like draw something that you like, and you should also experiment with like all sorts of different art style and format. Yeah.
nice, nice. So Alan, we've got other guests coming on with us, but thank you so much for being here today. The last question is, can you like tell us about one singlet comic book or creator that you like, that you support?
I think it's last year that I bought the Hongting's book. I forgot what was
Oh,
the name.
the assassin
Yes.
is the 刺客 story. It's the
Yeah,
assassin story. Yeah, the
yeah. I
assassin.
think that's pretty cool. Like it probably take like a lot of effort. I cannot imagine like I'm drawing something like that. I don't know how long that would take me to draw. Yeah.
Yeah. And Hong Ting is one of the artists that we have listed on Comix.sg. He has been creating, I mean, Hong Ting, he's also been like creating so many awesome new books. And
Yeah,
we're
I heard
really glad.
like
Yeah.
he has the intention of like drawing like like a long series for that book. So it's like, wow, okay. Like I look forward to it.
Mm. Yeah. Hey, thank you so much for being here with us today. Coming up next, we have our friends from. Okay. Yeah. Bye, Ellen. Take
Bye. Thank
care.
you.
Yeah.
Bye-bye.
Stay safe. Coming up next, we have our friends from Cult Gallery, and I'm going to be bringing them on now. So a big welcome to Santine and Raja. Yeah. Hey, what's up,
Hello.
guys?
Hello.
Yeah, you guys. Yes, thanks for joining us here today. So how are
No
you guys
problem.
doing? Yeah, got a
We
background.
can you hear me?
Yeah.
Oh, okay.
I hear you okay.
We're doing okay. Working from home.
Mm-hmm.
That's all I
I'm
can say.
struggling as
I'm
hell
busy.
because of the hair. Like I haven't had a haircut in 2 months, so
Mm-hmm. What about you, Raja? Have you been shaving?
I did shave 2 weeks ago.
2 weeks ago, okay.
After 4 weeks, I'm not shaving. My wife keeps
Yeah.
asking me to shave, but it's an arduous task.
I think it also feels like why, the feeling is like why do you need to, right? Like why do I need to cut my hair? It's
You're
never
right.
see anybody.
The only time I start shaving is when it starts becoming too itchy.
I see. Yeah, I think after we're going to see a revival in like the mop hairdo and like that kind of beardy scruffy look. I think it's going to be the next in thing.
Yeah.
the whole hipster look will be back again.
Yeah, totally. So like today we brought you guys on because, well, I mean, we wanted to do the event at Cult,
Yeah.
I think it's really a shame. Like, if I'm not sure if you guys can see a background, but Cult, you guys have this beautiful gallery, very charming, very creative, weird space. I've been to quite a few events there, and it's always like a bit offbeat. And we were looking forward to having our comics event there, but we couldn't do it in the end. So with that, like, we wanted to ask you guys as well, like, how you guys going to be doing differently this year? What other ways are you guys still working with comic creators and readers? I mean, like artwork. I guess you guys are more artwork, right? Visual arts in general. So like, how are you guys
Illustrators,
working with your
designers.
audience? Yeah.
Yeah. Okay. Well, I'll start, and then there's something that interesting that Santini is kind of working on, which she will talk about. So I'm not I'm not sure whether you know this, but we used to publish a magazine called Cult for like, I don't know, 6 years, right, for the longest time. And
we collect it in our office.
Oh yeah?
What?
It's like
That's so
no, because
cool.
it's an awesome guide to like illustrators in Singapore. It's like we look through them, we're like, oh, there's this guy, oh, there's that guy. And when we talk to artists, we can also talk to them about art styles using that magazine, because there's so many different styles inside. Yeah.
It's true.
We also hoard a lot of stuff now. So we keep one stack in the in
we
our
go back.
bookshelf. Yeah.
We go back to the magazine to refer to artists, because clients do come to us, for a lot of projects, and they ask for artists, whether it's going to be a wall mural or painting at a restaurant or creating packaging or design for T-shirts. So we still get a lot of requests like that from clients. So we always go back to the magazine to pull out artists that we may have forgotten, or or just fresh talent. And honestly speaking, that's the objective of the magazine as well. The magazine was to actually kind of showcase have talent that we know, but also just fresh new faces, and that's really what we try to do with the magazine. But we can kind of put a pause button on it for nearly 2 years, maybe even longer. I can't remember. Time has stood still now, so I'm not sure. Right? But so we put a pause button, but we're kind of excited to announce that it's being brought back, right? So we actually have made a few different changes to it. One is the physical change. It's used to, if our magazine was like a square format. We are now changing the format to something that's a little more landscape and a little more rectangular in shape. So that's one change. Number two, we are also looking at less. We used to invite about 40 to 50 artists before. We're trying to reduce the number of artists and see whether so that at least what we want to say is the storytelling is a little tighter. We also are looking at something that's a lot more, I use the word cerebral, but I think something that's a lot more thought-provoking, in terms of the themes that we are doing. Because previously, a lot of our themes used to be fun themes, things like mind blown and, interesting things that are, mind blow facts, and then we get artists to visualize that. But we wanted, instead of just getting artists to here's a line, go and visualize that, we wanted the artists to have a lot more of a say, a lot more of to kind of provoke the reader, So our first theme that we're working towards right now is identity, right? So it's a bit more of an open brief. It's we want the artists to look at what is identity to them, whether it's at a personal level, whether it's a community they're looking at, whether it's packaging, whatever, right? What did they see in front of them? What is identity to them? So, and we want their voice, we want their story to be told, So therefore, maybe the themes that we are looking at now will be a bit more serious, if for want of a better word. And it could be things like, and we also want themes that are like 5 years down the road. If you pick up the magazine, it is still relevant to that time. So that's kind of one thing that we're doing. So we're targeting 24th of June as the launch, but we don't know. It all depends on when the printers open up. But the last thing is also we are throwing our net of artists a lot wider. Last time it used to be maybe 60% Singapore artists and 40% artists from the rest of the world. But now I think we are looking at maybe 80% artists from outside, then and the rest of them from Singapore. So and not just like the usual country. We're looking at places that are not usually represented. So we've got someone from Yemen, we've got someone from South Africa, we've got someone from Chicago. So we've tried to really look at especially with a theme like identity. We wanted a bigger representation, a more kind of a wider representation of this idea. So yeah, the work that's come through has been pretty exciting. I'm really, I think we are at CUP really excited to share what we're doing, So that's one exciting piece of news, and this will be a quarterly. And maybe the good news for everyone is that it'll be free again, because at one point we And at one point we
Good to
started
know.
trying to sell it because my children weren't fed, so I thought maybe we should feed them. But then, but one of the key reasons that we decided to also restart the magazine is because like what you said, people collect it, but a lot of artists out there, they kind of kept telling us, our biggest goal in life was to have our work in the magazine.
Yeah,
And to be
printed,
fair,
right, in a book or
yeah,
magazine.
and to have them, they're like, someone said, oh, for us, we felt we made it when we were in Cult magazine. And to be honest, I never saw a magazine like that in that light. And it was quite humbling. I was really touched by sort of these kind of words, and we're like, maybe we should really seriously look at bringing it back. And that's the reason why we've been kind of putting our heart and soul and our money into it again and getting it back and just making all these little tweaks to hopefully be fresh, but yet have the quality maintained so that people do, artists do want to be part of the magazine. So yeah.
Cool. I mean, for as a reader, I mean not reader, but as a collector of the magazine, I always thought that like, wow, these artists are really good, and also it introduced me to the idea of illustration because, like, say as a kid, like let's say you take art classes, but you don't know there's this whole career of being an illustrator. You don't realize that there are all these like different styles and possibilities out there. So it's pretty awesome. And yeah, like what else is new? Like
Sun.
Okay, so we've been doing this,
yeah.
It's an open call. So okay, nowadays we're all stuck at home, right? But I feel like there's a lot of emotional issues that we go through. So what I hate as a person who does social media and is mostly on social media, I hate it when brands try to come on board and like capitalize. It becomes very disgusting. But the more important thing that we should do is to give people like a space to like express themselves. So I thought Cult would bring this to the table quite nicely. So our open call comes in 3 categories. So it's literally open call. Like we don't turn anyone down. Although like some people email me and they're like, I hope we get accepted. I'm like, no, like you are definitely accepted. You're gonna be in. So so the open call is 3 categories. The first category is escapism. So it's about how you want to escape. So it's a category that kind of makes sense with or without the virus situation. So like, how do you want to escape? Where do you feel like you want to be now? That kind of thing. Then the second category is I don't know, can I say bad word or not?
Say lah, just say. I think everyone has been super well behaved today, man. But I mean, not that we encourage expertise, but we're on the live channel right now, so I saw like, okay, maybe you can say like,
you say I'll accept responsibility.
Yeah, I know what you're talking about.
Yeah. The second category is called COVID-19. So it's about how you hate the virus so much that you want to do bad things to it. So the second category is like about hatred, it's about sadness, it's about really like emotional pain, like you pour it all out onto the canvas that is digital, which is kind of funny to me because usually people talk about pouring your heart out onto pain, but now that we're all in this virtual lifestyle, like pouring your heart out onto like digital canvas. So like that's my own joke to myself. Then the third category is intimacy. So we got this one from Singapore Writers Festival.
Oh yeah. Shout out SWF.
Yeah, I love them. So when we saw that this was their theme for this year, we thought like we have to do something with this. It's such an awesome theme. So yeah, that's our open call. It ends tomorrow midnight. So far we have about like last I checked was like 30 something people who submitted, and some of them are really, really, really cool. So like it's very nice for me to spend my time looking through all this. It's like very cathartic for me also. Yeah.
Yeah, that's cool.
One of the reasons why we're doing the open call, as San mentioned, was also our way of kind of supporting artists who have been affected by what's going on right now. So, the idea is submitted. We'll put it up on our website for sale on our shop. We won't take any cut from any of the sales.
Yeah, we won't take any cut for it.
Nice.
It's, whatever price they quote. The only thing that we will add to it is a cost of printing or delivery, if that's what you want us to do. That will be the only cost. It's basically a third-party cost. So the rest of it is, 100% for the artist to keep. And we haven't even started marketing it yet because the closing date is tomorrow, right, son?
Yeah. So far, I only posted like maybe like two or three of them only.
Yeah,
Just to get
but
people
we already
excited.
have one piece sold. So
Wow, really?
yeah,
That's
yeah,
amazing. So how do
it's
people
great.
join? Like, is it on your website? Is it happening mostly on social media?
It's on Instagram, so announcements on Instagram, but then most of the details are on the website. So I would suggest go to the Instagram, and then you will see this post of like literally that's the
Okay.
image. Okay, sorry.
Nice.
Yeah.
I'll drop it in the chat afterwards.
Yeah,
But
or they can go to Cult Online and they can look for the tab that says open call, so they can go in to find out more.
yeah, I think that's a great idea. So the people joining aren't just like professional artists. You've got like
No.
anyone across the board can join.
Yeah.
That's
Yeah, the
great.
only
Yeah.
limitation we put is they have to be from Singapore lah, because we gotta look out for our locals first before we look out for the entire world. So yeah.
Yeah, that's true.
So
I mean,
Trump, huh?
it's an environment of mutual. It's like mutual aid, lah. You know, if we got to limit our support in some way, it's the ones closest, the nearest and dearest, right?
Yeah.
Yeah. So before we close off your segment, like, I mean, do you guys have more to share?
Just one more, and this might be I'm not sure who's listening to you right now, but if there any artists or any of you looking at a space to do an exhibition or run something as a group, so I would get, as you all know, well, you may not know, but we have we have a gallery space, and what we're kind of also doing is opening up the gallery to any of you to come to us with a proposal of how you want to, what sort of show do you want to do. If you have a concept, whether it's a solo show, whether it's a group show, whether you want to bring an artist from somewhere else, from overseas, and you want to run the show, you can. And what we are saying is we won't charge you for the gallery space if we think it is kind of matches sort of the cult personality, tone and feel, and we kind of approve your concept. Then you run the show on your own though, right? So the gallery space is yours for free. You can paint it, do whatever you want to the gallery, change it, and run the thing. So we won't help you run it in any way, but the space is yours. The only thing that we will do is we'll have sit down with you and look at, we will take a percentage of your sales, but we'll have a conversation about that. But if you don't sell anything, well, you don't have to pay us anything, right? So we can have a conversation about exhibitions if you guys are keen, if your listeners are keen. So they just have to write to us. They can write to design@cult.com.sg with their idea.
I think we're looking forward to, like, our event. We also wanted to do it at your space, so we're looking forward to, like, maybe not now, but like end of the year, hopefully.
Absolutely, yeah. When things are legally safe to do, or well, you can still do it, and maybe only have 5 people turn up at any one time. That's we'll see. Who knows what the regulations will be? But I'm just saying it's out there for you all to think about it, because anyway, you're not going to be telling us, knocking on our door tomorrow to do a show. I think you need to. It'll take about 2-3 months before you conceptualize, put the stuff together, and the space is yours anyway.
Yeah, nice. Yeah, so thank you so much to you guys for being here with us today.
Thank you.
Thanks for inviting us. Thanks for letting us join this party.
I've already put the website in the chat so that people can check out the open call. Yeah, we'll definitely blast it out to other artists and get them interested. So thank you so much for being here. And we have our next guest joining us in a couple of minutes. Let me get him online. So, hello. Is your microphone on?
Hey.
Yeah, okay. So I think just to, like, earlier we were talking with Carl. So right now what we're doing is we're going to be featuring webcomic creators. And today our first webcomic creator online with us is Alvin from the Square Comics. So hello, Alvin. Could you please introduce yourself for our audience benefit? I think you're in the background of the stream, like Alvin Drano.
Next to Alan Bay. So first of all, thanks for having me here. I'm the creator of like the Square Comics, which I started like around 5 to 6 years ago, and now I think it has close to 500,000 followers on Instagram. So that's kind of, I think it's quite a huge achievement for me. And
Yeah.
yeah, and I started
Okay,
it like
I'm
out
sharing
of,
screen now.
so I started it out of like I was bored in uni. Like I was on my, I think I was at the end of my first year in NUS, and then I was feeling really bored like during the holiday. Like I didn't get any internship, and then I had too much spare time. So it started out as that, and then eventually, then got pretty lucky that some I think like some of the mainstream news sites found some of the content pretty funny and put it there. And then since then, that's where the I think that's where the popularity grows, essentially.
Yeah, I think like so when I first started following your account, I didn't even know that you were in Singapore, but you know, like it's just something about it. There was a little bit of a vibe. I was like, eh. Then I think one day when I found out that you lived in Singapore, I was like, oh, like, you know, there is a little bit of that relatable aspect somehow. So
Yeah.
actually I had a question for you. Like, say when you did your, like, say living in Singapore, right? Like what kind of things do you like, how does that, I guess, like inspire your comics? Like, do you think that the people here have like some, I don't know, like personality quirks or like say situations that inspired some of your comics?
So in terms of the inspiration, like I think being in Singapore or like being definitely has some sort of inspiration to it, and I think it's more about the how do I put it? Like I think it's more of the duality aspect that come like uh, in Singapore. I feel like you have one instance where like the whole country is all very developed, and then but there's some shades that are like of life that are not as good as the as it appears to be. So that's kind of things that I like to portray in the content. Like I'm not sure if it comes across, but like some of those like hey, something happens, but it's actually not a good thing or not a bad thing. So that's sort of the inspiration behind it.
Yeah. And thanks. And also we were talking about some other questions before, right? So like you know, how has the outbreak been affecting the way that like your life, you know, like the way that you make your comics, or like say what you've been reading and watching? Can you tell us a bit like what's going on with you?
Yeah. So I think before COVID, like last time when I was trying to find inspiration or like trying to find things to actually draw about, a lot of the times like I like going to cafes and just like sitting down and then observing people. But now I can't really do that anymore. So I think like instead of that, like to try to emulate the change of space, like I think what I do is more of like just closing my eyes and then pretend I'm somewhere else, almost like a meditation kind of thing. And sometimes that can be like for like a few like longer than I wanted, and I still can't get anything out of it. So I think I just doing more a lot of like sketching on papers and then like just looking outside the windows and then see what kind of things I can draw about.
So nowadays, do you leave your house much?
Not really. Like I feel like I leave the house only when I want to do grocery shopping, and like only at night, because that's when like there's not a lot of people. But the thing with that is that at that time there's not a lot of things to buy too. So my cooking has been very simple.
Yeah, I see. Yeah, I mean, like some of the strips that you've been drawing, are they based on your like real life experiences? There's one where you talk literally about cooking.
Yeah, like definitely from like real life. But the character itself, like, I think that some parts of it are like based on
This
my
one.
experience. Yeah. And then
Oh
like
my
I
God.
just like I sort of just use that as a punching bag for what I want to say but can't say in real life. So it's
Actually,
more of like
it's a good lesson for all of us. You know, you improve by learning to accept your shortcomings, not by trying to change yourself.
yeah. It's I accepted that I can't cook, and then I'm just eating to survive at this point.
Yeah, same here, same here. Yeah, so what other, let me think, like you were saying that you've been doing some sketching, right? So we were talking about it, and then I asked you whether you had your sketchbook with you. Do you have it with you today?
Yeah.
Yeah.
So this is like from a really old book. Like I got this from, like, there was a sale going on at the cafe, I think, and then like this was selling for like $2 a piece, and then so it has like a lot of like usually where like all the sketching happens. So sometimes like if I don't feel like drawing, then I will just write some things down instead, and then from there the drawing comes after. So like so yeah, essentially that's it. Like but since bookshops are like closed now, like I've just been using papers and like sometimes tissues just to draw things, have some surfaces to draw on.
Tissue paper, as in like serviettes and whatnot.
Yeah, like cause with the ballpoint pen, then you can just like can draw more.
Wow.
It's very
very so interesting. So like before this, we were also talking about how like when you're in school, you studied industrial design. So
yeah,
why don't you tell us a little bit about like say like your, I guess maybe like what's your creative process like how it, like say studying design also affected the way that you see or draw things.
Yeah. So I studied industrial design, and a lot of it was for, like, a lot of my interest in that course was more on like the digital aspect, because like service design, app, UI UX design, like mainly because my modeling skill sucks, so I can't do 3D, and so it's like the way like easier. And a lot of the principles that were being taught then was this thing about like simplicity. How can you actually convey the usability of the app in the most direct way? And so and I think that I carry that forward to the things that I draw. So if you see, like, even on that background, you can clearly see that mine looks out of the like it's not as sophisticated and complex as like the others, and so it's just purely like just lines and squares. And I think that's what I learned from like studying industrial design and how it has impacted the drawing.
Cool. And I wanted to ask you as well, like other like kind of like what have you been reading and watching? Like have you been looking at other comics? Are there any series or like creators that you like to highlight and share with us today?
So in terms of like the reading, I think like I try not to read too much into like what other people are doing, because I feel like the more like the more I go on like Instagram and then seeing like what content other people have, the more I feel less confident of my own content. So I don't follow a lot of like creators. Like I'm more of like there was a time when like doing that has impacted like how I approach like my content. Like, cause the square comics have always been like a form of like escapism, but the second like competitiveness comes to it, then it became less enjoyable to do. So I don't have anyone to shout out, but I feel like I mean, if you can follow like local like creators, local content, then that will be great, because there's a lot of hidden gem all over.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, that's like say this Comix.sg website. When we were doing it, we kept turning up like all these people that we didn't know about previously. And yeah, they're on Instagram, they're on Facebook, they're on Tapastic, they're on all these different platforms. So actually, like, are there any comic books that you like? Like, what made you decide to do comics? Is there a certain style or like a certain
Yeah.
artist that you thought of when you were doing your things?
So the initial start of like the comics is very capitalism. Like I wanted to, I was very bored that time, and then I wanted to like make money, and so I started to like I draw like I wanted to sell stickers, and I was like merging like the characters of like Minions and like X-Men, and then I was testing out. I was at Sunshine Plaza testing out like all the printing shops that I could use to print the stickers. Then I came across one that turned me down, and then he was like, "Hey, we don't accept like we only accept original creations. Like this violates copyrights issues." And so I was like, "Okay, then I will just make my own and see what happens."
What characters were you using then?
Like I was using Minions and like X-Men, like having some Minions as like Storm or like Jean Grey, and like that kind of like, because back then I think Minions and like X-Men were very popular, and so like I wanted to draw like their characters, but at the time, like first of all I couldn't print it, and then second also like it's not very scalable. Like how long can, if the popularity of that franchise goes down, then the sell it will go down too. So it's better to have something I can actually control and spend more time on.
That's so interesting. As in, because a lot of people, like hardly anyone tells us, or we rarely hear people say that when they started creating art, it was to make money, But at the same time, it does make money. Like, for especially when you're a young kid, like it's like a lot of kids draw, right? And it's something that if you enjoy it and you're talented at it, you should really start from a young age. You will be able to make money. Like I mean, but for you now, like, do you guys have any plans for merchandise or books? Because as far as I can tell, you guys don't actually like. I mean, you have a day job, right? It's not your full time work. Yeah.
So, like the irony is that it started out to make money, but then eventually, it became so much of an escapism that I'm very hesitant about profiting from it, because I don't want to lose the joy in making it. But but we have been receiving like a lot of like requests for like plush toy or like books and that kind. So we are working on like on releasing like the dog, a character as a plush toy. And so right now it's still in the production phase, and then like in the future it will be more of a pre-order model where see how many people wants it, and then if it hits a certain amount, and then we produce it. But yeah, but the effort to that is very little.
Yeah, and with that, like the last question I had for you was just, do you have anything that you'd like to share with local, like people who are interested in local comics, or say people who are interested in local like online comics? And do you have anything that you'd like to share with them? Maybe there are kids who are drawing, or adults who are looking for interesting things to read.
Yeah, I think I mean, in terms of the online comics, like I think firstly, if you want to do it, just like go ahead and like just put it out there. Like if like my content can if I can be here like speaking to you with like the quality of drawing that I have, then I feel like anyone can like do that. And then in terms of like okay, looking at them as a group is kind of embarrassing, but
no, I really enjoy like looking at it. There's a lot of it. There's actually quite a lot of variety in terms of the stories that you draw. Like some are more long form, some are very short.
Yeah,
so it's nice to see the variety. But okay, I'll take it out if you're embarrassed.
and if you want to read, I think like the hashtag will be a good start. Like on Instagram, you can just like pretty much search like any hashtags, like web comics or Insta comics, maybe SG comics.
Yeah, like I would love for there to be a hashtag. So yeah, I mean right now what we always use is Buy Singlit, hashtag Buy Singlit. Today's program is brought to you by Buy Singlit. So that's what we use. But yeah, like online, definitely just search around. You'll definitely find a lot of interesting stuff out there. And yeah, Alvin, thank you so much for being here with us today.
Thanks for having me.
We've got the guys from Hainan Chicken. Okay, I'm just going to bring them in, see if they want to say hi.
Oh.
Yeah.
Hey, man.
It's okay. Is that, can you get, yeah, I can hear.
All right, cool.
Ken, that's you. Is Jay-Z
Yeah,
there?
can you hear me? Yeah.
Yeah, so have you guys met each other before?
We have.
Jay-Z? Sorry.
And actually.
No, we have not met.
Is it? Okay.
Yeah.
Yeah, well, I'm just forcing you guys to acknowledge each other.
Yeah. Now we are e-meeting. Nice to e-meet you. Like those annoying people, you know.
Yeah. I just wanted to say, like, before you drop me off there, like I thought your content are like very smart, like it's very New York vibe. So just want to put it out there.
Yay, that's
really,
good. Yeah,
but,
no, should support each other.
All right. Thanks.
Yeah, I feel like you guys all need to give yourself more credit. Okay, it's difficult to build an audience. It's difficult to put good work out there. Yeah, and thanks, Alvin. Thanks for being with us. Yeah, we'll catch up again soon. Bye. Okay, so today we have two chickens with us.
All right.
Yeah, I'm kind of curious, like, as to the styling. So, did you guys draw your respective chickens? Kind of curious.
Yeah, I mean mine is drawn, but Jay-Z's one is. I think he just took it off Shutterstock like 5 minutes ago.
Oh, I am so disappointed. I thought that was meant to be like, I thought it's like he's trying to flex, right? Like, he's the one with.
But he can. I think he can. He's like the illustrator of the group.
Cool. I
But
see.
yes, sorry for not showing our faces. I mean, I think
no
disrespect.
Okay.
We just what do you say? We just fully embrace the circuit breaker. So we really let ourselves go. So like it'll be really embarrassing for us to show our faces now. So yeah.
Yeah, I think it's okay. Let's keep the focus. As in, I'll just keep your work up here instead.
Right.
And yeah, how about you guys do a self-introduction first? Like,
I think we really are just a bunch of people who like the New Yorker comics. So we tried to get into the New Yorker comics, but then I guess we realized that to really get in, you really have to have like a real pulse on the city. You must live there, and like really know it. So like, hey, but then since we live in Singapore, we actually can kind of have that perspective in Singapore. So why not do it, internally, like within where we live, and all that. Yeah. So yeah, we're just a knockoff of the New Yorker for Singapore. I think that's like a blurb, a very accurate blurb.
But I don't think like like the New Yorker cartoons, they accept entries from mostly like other like New Yorkers, right? I thought it was kind of it's not that.
Sorry,
Maybe-
I kind of wasn't paying attention.
No, like when you guys submitted to the New Yorker, like how did you try to submit to the New?
Oh,
the New
yeah,
Yorker?
they have
I
like
didn't know
an
it's the
online
public.
platform. So they have an online website that lets people submit and all that. Yeah. So it's a lot of people can submit online.
It's really hard to even get past to like, the finalists. So almost every week you have like a bunch that are going through like a second round of review. If there's like whether you pass or you maybe you just get rejected, and yeah.
Cool. And how did you guys start working with each other? In fact, like, so did it all start when you guys were trying to create things to submit, or like how did you guys meet and how did you guys start creating comics together?
Shit, man.
I mean, it's I think it's been quite a long time. Like no, we're just friends, Jay-Z and I. We met in the army. So the army brings people together. So and then it's just like a really long friendship, and then we have the same, I guess, sense of humor, and yeah, the same like vibe. So naturally, the kind of stuff that we create, the kind of stuff that we find funny, are kind of aligned in that sense. Because you are the sum of the people that are around you, stuff like that. I'm just gonna drop quotes to sound intellectual.
Indeed. So like, actually, can you tell us a bit about your process? Like, how do you guys come up with the, like, say, who comes up with the caption, who does the drawing? Like, do you guys bounce ideas around? Do you guys hang out together every day? Like,
Yeah, we used to. But yeah, all the like ideas are just from, just chicken rice and day-o sessions. And you throw about ideas, and whichever lands on, like, if there's something in this particular idea or thought, then, we will have like just bouncing and trying to layer on top of it, and or even, simplify it so that it works as like a caption, or not even a caption cartoon, just without a caption. And yeah, so I won't say somebody came out with the idea or the caption or what, but I think it's it's teamwork.
Yeah, it's like a collective process. Like, it's like a really like unstructured brainstorm that kind of, like, how when you're gathering your friends, you're just talking cock and then all that, and then somehow, hey, maybe there's something and there's something in this, and then it just rolls from there. So there's really no structure in what we do. Yeah,
that's right.
No, I think that's nice to know, right? Because I think people out there, like, maybe something stops them from putting their work out there. Like, they think that, it's, like, they look at accounts like yours, and then you're like,
Right.
like, I can't do the same thing. But, when say, like, for you guys and like Alvin earlier, like, when you guys break down your process, it sounds really fun. Like, it sounds really, like much more freeform and easy to start.
Yeah, I think as long as it comes from I guess a place of fun, it's always easier to start with, right? You don't have like an agenda, you don't have like a ROI, you don't have a KPI. What are the things that end with I? I don't know. But you don't you don't have those pressures lah. So it's easier to just have fun with a bunch of friends. Then I guess nowadays, with the internet, it's really not that big a deal, like what you put out there, So why not, just do it.
Yeah, that's nice to hear. And like, we were talking about doing a caption contest. So
right.
Yeah, like, I am super. I was thinking about it.
Okay, did you have anything? You said you would try, right?
I wanted, I was thinking about that bird, the coal bird, the one that goes like, woo, that bird. Yeah, so I was thinking about that guy and how much like a lot of people hate him, and I was thinking he'll be the bird inside the cage, but anyway, couldn't write something in time. Sorry.
I think to be honest, we didn't have a caption for this when we came out with the illustration. Like I guess it was a bit of a risk in that sense, where let's just come up with something weird, something that is, because we found the illustration like really like quite funny in itself, right? Like, so we have a couple of runner-ups, I guess. Like, we have top 3 choices. Should we go through them?
Yes, please. Yeah.
Okay. Let's find what we shortlisted. So okay. There's one, right? Like, because we open this up for the DMs as well, so people could actually like just DM us if with their own captions, and one of it we got from this guy called LIL.BEE, which is just Lil B, trying to be like a rapper, I guess. And then so what he said was, caption was quote unquote, a few more of us and this would technically be considered a murder. So that was quite cute, like, because like a collective noun for crows.
A murder of crows.
Yeah, even though I'm not sure it is a crow. Tracy, was this a crow?
I don't know. Someone, I mean, they were all guessing that it's an owl.
Right. It looks like an owl.
It looks like, yeah, it does look like with a bag around. Yeah.
So we thought that was kind of smart. Like, one of the captions that really shone through. That was quite fun. Made us think a bit. But we had others that were quite that were like, we found funny. I mean, just to caveat, this is really based on our own, like sense of humor, what we find funny and all that. There's really no right or wrong, I guess. Like, it's not the Singaporean education system. But anyway, so one caption that was sent in was by this woman. I think it's a woman. It's called, her username is Work of a Ninja. It just says, "Don't fall for fake news." So it's
Don't
news
fall.
with NOOSE. So
Oh my god.
right, we kind of like that, like right, like 'cause I think
Yeah.
a lot of the captions like people didn't see they didn't see that it's a fake news line in that sense, where the bird isn't actually in danger. It's the rope is actually tied to the cage. So that's quite nice, and it's a bit timely, I guess, because we have a lot of like reports telling us, oh no, fake news, be careful, don't be a boomer and all that. So that's quite cute.
Ooh. Yeah. I mean it's a huge problem, man. I think everyone here needs to be more mindful when you receive things on WhatsApp. Always
Yeah,
double
I
check
think
the legitimacy.
it's quite crazy the way like the internet is being like proliferated by all these. I don't know. It's a whole another conversation anyway, but I think what JZ and we found like our top choice, our top winner really is this guy who I'm just gonna
Yeah, please. Like
JZ, you want to read it out? Yeah, I'll type it in.
I'll put in the comments as well. So read slowly and dramatically.
Alright, okay. Alright, the winner is by this guy called Clement NJW, and it reads, "You're sentenced to hang for life."
Is this the winner?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay.
Alright, let's clap for him.
Okay, I'll go. Hey, okay. You guys need to clap also, like you don't have please. Okay. applause.
Right.
Clap for SG. Alright.
Yeah.
Like this just like straight up funny. Like we didn't see this coming, so this took us by surprise, and it was like, yeah, this one definitely.
Yeah, this.
Like you get it, right? Like it's just, yeah, it's cute. I mean, it's cute in a
yeah. Actually,
weird way.
like Jay-Z, when you're drawing this, right? Like,
yeah.
Is it as in because the noose is tied to the cage?
Yeah.
There's a bag around. Yeah, it's a knot lah. It's a knot. Yeah, and then the bag is around his head. So, like, is the bird go die? Sorry,
no.
I just okay.
Alright, so let me explain the illustration a little bit. I think somebody in the comment section actually explained it out as a caption submission, but it's actually just explaining it. So it actually doesn't work, this noose system or whatever you call it. So I guess that's where the joke is at, where it's a bit like, it doesn't make sense, and it's there's a bit of like oxymoron kind of, just absurd, and it's intentionally that way, I guess.
If you really think about it, who's to say what's gonna happen when he pulls the lever, right? Like,
what's
is it actually gonna fall? What's gonna happen? Is nothing gonna happen? Why is there a bag on his head? Maybe he just came out of like eye surgery. Then he has to be a bit sensitive to the light, right? Like, birds have like a bit more sensitivity and all that. But yeah, so it's the fun is where it's like it's just really weird and open to whatever.
I mean, to have something so absurd is to also draw captions that are from everywhere. Like it doesn't have to be so obvious that maybe you're just trying to avoid the similar kind of caption, so that different people interpret it differently, and we get like a whole variety of it.
Yeah, definitely. I guess it makes sense with the way that you guys do things also. Like your sense of humor is kind of like there is that sense of like absurd and like slightly dark kind of like humor going on in most of your cartoons. I mean, I'm not sure if you guys take that as a compliment or not, but
we take what we can.
Yeah, we do what we get.
I wanted to ask you guys, like, do you guys like what comic books or like what books or what I don't know, like what is it that you guys read that it kind of influenced the way that you guys created this series?
Go, Jay-Z, go.
Oh, it's my turn? Okay. I think for both of us, the New Yorker cartoon for sure, because we ripped them off. And I think me personally, I mean, shout outs to Asiapac. Mr. Kiasu is what we grew up with. And like what me, like when I was a kid, I read a lot of Mr. Kiasu and I just kind of, just read them off as well, draw my own characters and similar sort of jokes and use A4 sheets of paper and staple them together to create my own books like that.
Oh, wow.
They call it zine nowadays, but yeah, back then it was really DIY and stuff like that. I mean, that's how it all started, I guess. And then came TNY, I mean, the New Yorker cartoons, and me and Ken were like so into it. Yeah, we even read, books from.
Oh, do you have that book, the New Yorker cartoon book?
Actually, they have quite a lot, right?
Collection, yeah.
Oh yeah, sick. Yeah.
So
my friend John gave the whole. Yeah, sorry.
Well, do you guys subscribe to the New Yorker?
No. Like have you seen the New Yorker? Like the articles are so dense. It's I mean the cartoons are in a really big contrast in some sense because the articles are really really dense and they use words that are just like whoa. I only got A2 for English, so yeah.
For your O levels, A levels?
O levels, yeah.
Cool. Okay, that's nice. Yeah, I enjoy the New Yorker a lot myself. Like
you read you subscribe? Yeah, regular.
So I have a stack in my toilet. Like I mean, like it's usually like buy at the airport if I'm flying, that sort of thing.
Nice.
Yeah, it is very dense, so it's nice in a like long form kind of way. Then, like, among the New Yorker cartoons, right? Is there, I don't know, which are your favorites? If any.
Cartoonists, I think they all have their own like flavor and their own sense of humor. I think there's this one cartoonist who's called Jason Chatfield. I think he was the kind of like sort of the one that inspired the whole Hainan chicken, because what he did was he actually started a podcast, just documenting him and his friend trying to come up with cartoon ideas. So that was actually the idea that helped us to like, let's just try something like that. Like that sounds quite fun, so why not do it? So this guy called Jason Chatfield, he is the president of the National Cartoonist Society in the US. Pretty cool guy.
Will you guys ever do that? Like, film you guys can make videos of like your process and like try to inspire some other creators. I don't know.
There really isn't that much of a process, to be honest. And and maybe not a podcast, because I mean everyone's doing a podcast nowadays. And you can hear how awkward we are now, so maybe not.
I think there's a time and place for different kinds of like attitudes. Like some podcasts are very low key, some are very high key. So really, like, and okay, so lastly, just wanted to say thanks so much for having you guys on board. The last thing I wanted to ask is whether you guys have any local creators that you guys want to give a shout out to. Like nowadays, everyone's looking for like things to read or like say like a new series to follow. So what is it for you guys?
Jay-Z, you want to take this?
I've been listening to. Well, if it's just local, then I think who's that guy? Oh, Faka First podcast. But yeah, Faka First.
The comedian.
Yeah. I mean, I mean, I would say he has been doing a lot of comedy and his story is kind of like in the recent times where with all this CB and stuff, he couldn't really get his content out, so he started his own podcast. I mean, before CB he already had that, but now he's like on a daily, posting podcasts with like all the Malaysian rappers and Singapore actors and actresses, personalities and stuff like that. And I don't know, it just feels for me personally, it feels like home listening to him. talk about COVID.
Oh, yeah, that's nice. That's nice. I also find that I've been tuning into some of my friends' live streams, and like for some reason, yeah, like I don't feel like listening to things that are like say audiobooks from American writers. Like it's very comforting to hear like another Singaporean's voice, or like Singaporean music, or interviews with Singaporean personalities. Just you feel like you're outside, like watching, I don't know, like at a live event, meeting people that face to face. So yeah, okay. So I think we're going to close off soon. Yeah, Ken, you got nothing? Do you have anything to add?
Jay-Z's got it covered. Yeah, Jay-Z's got it. Yeah.
Okay. So, for the top 3 winners, right? Can you like just pass me the
yeah, for sure.
user details, and I will text them. I'm not even sure if they're tuned in. Honestly, like today we were really just trying things out, and like, I can see like
it's alright.
Yeah. But thank you so much for having for like making time to be with us here today. And yeah, like hope everyone here goes to check out Comix.sg. It's the new directory for local comic creators. We got web comic creators there, we got comic book creators there. It's the only place you can see Hainan Chicken and like Wee Tian Bing and Johnny Lau in the same place. So do head over and check it out. And yeah, thanks everyone, and good night.
All right.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Thank
Thanks for
you
having
very
us.
much.
Thank you.
Bye.
Bye.
Good night, everyone.
Evening, but sure.
Evening.
Yeah.
And like for those of us who are breaking fast, like enjoy. Yeah. Happy Iftar. Bye, guys.
Bye. Do we just close?
Do we leave?
Yeah, you guys can. Oh, let me just kick you guys out then.